Hello everyone. Now, let me just change over here. Alright. Yep. Everything seems good. Yep. Alright. Right. Hold on, I completely forgot. I'm so busy with other shit, I completely forgot to plug in the headphones. Right, here we go. Much better. Hello everyone. How you doing? Hope you guys having a good day so far. So yeah. Last stream, which was yesterday, we did good progress with Professor Layton in the Curious Village. Yeah, I think we should be close to the end. Yeah, yesterday we managed to get a lot of shit done. Mostly just puzzles though, we didn't really do much story progression. But we'll get there, I feel like we're almost at the end of the game. Yeah. Starting to feel like we're finally getting to figure out what the fuck's going on in this damn village. I have my theories, but don't know if that's gonna result to anything. We'll see. But yeah. We'll save that for another time though, because for today we are gonna be continuing on where we left off with Space Marine 1. Last we left off. Ooh, hi Squad. Hope you're doing good. But yeah, last we left off, we were still farming kills. I mean, I guess we managed to get last session. We managed to get like 7,700, something like that. Yeah, I think so. So hopefully it's either today or next session, which is probably gonna be on Wednesday, where we are gonna finally have this shit done. Hopefully. Yeah, we'll see about that though. This shit's still gonna take a bit, so yeah. But anyway, with all that said and done though, My throat's still a little funky. It's a little better, but it's still not fully 100% there. But with all that said and done, let's go straight into it, shall we? Alright. Did I leave the capture? Yeah, I did leave there. Alright, remove that. And the PC game thing as well. Right. I'm also testing out the OBS, having the preview disabled, so I can save up on CPU. Right. I'm gonna try to test it out while I'm playing. Actually playing the game. It should save on some CPU. Yeah, some of it. Yeah, this is just gonna be what I'm gonna end up doing until I get the better CPU, until I get the better computer or whatever. Right, it's there. So yeah, as you can see, I got myself another game for the collection. Right. Last week, I went and bought some more DLCs on the PS Store. Yeah, just make sure that's actually showing it. Right, but yeah. Let's see. I got the only DLC that I need for Red Faction Guerrilla. It's not for the multiplayer. It's for the main campaign, I think. Then I got the last DLC that I need for Arkham Origins, which I have no plans on doing that game just yet. There's still other shit I need to do. Yeah, I think it was the Black Mask one. And the last thing that we got was this. Hey, hold on. Yeah, move that. Last thing that I got was this. I got both the main campaign of Sonic Unleashed, Sonic Adventure, and the DLC. So I am thinking of doing it at some point. Not now though. I already have other plans, so maybe for the cycle after the one that I already have planned. Yeah. But yeah. Shall we? What am I? Yeah, there we go. What? I have to putting the audio back in my TV. I have this muted because I'm gonna have the fucking video playing, like the podcast or whatever. All right. Yep, I don't really know what to do though. I could just go straight to. Did you have to limit your sub emotes? Yes and no. I did manage to put all the emotes that I commissioned from Oda, but I tried to like divide them into two groups. One group was for emotes that you can get by just following my channel, and then the other group you have to be subbed to use them. Yeah, I think it was 5 of them you can use if you're followed, 4 of them you use if you're subbed. I think so. Yes, what I mean. Yeah, something like that. I would prefer putting all of them being used as fall, but Twitch doesn't let you fucking do that, I think. I think there's a max of 5 or some shit. Alright. Fingers crossed that we get this shit done today. Hopefully. Alright. Because this thing has been going on for quite a while. Yep. All good. Alright. Let me just check. Games setting. All good. Right. Let's go.
Hello everyone, welcome to the Windbreakers podcast. I'm Yahtzee Crusher, I'm joined by Jay and Marty. Typical opening.
Yeah, let's see if you hit a certain amount of subs.
And
makes sense.
It's Marty's idea of the topic, which was in defense of jank in games. And you said you wanted to define jank before we pressed on, so please, by all means.
No. I said I wanted to try to define jank, because to me, jank is like porno, where I don't know how to define it, but I know it when I see it. But Jay, I don't want to say you have more. You probably have more experience
with jank.
Jank in living the jank.
Right. So this is probably gonna be in context with the Soccer 2 that just came out, and it looks like to be very buggy or some shit.
That is inherently jank to define. Like, it's something that you see. It's something where there's an issue with a product, I guess. It's something that's wrong with the thing. So in our terms, it's games. There is maybe a visual glitch or something with the audio, but it's not like game breaking. It's just, I guess for me it's quaint. It's like a bit of jank is that it's a bit difficult to use, or it's something's breaking but in a way that doesn't break the game for you. It's just like a quaint, obtuse, you know.
It's not quite the same as being buggy.
Right. It's just
something going wrong in a way that one
that's somewhat intentional.
Yeah. So does that mean that a thing being jank and buggy is purely the difference?
Like, for example, maybe like a combat animation not being 100% fluent or some shit. That's a little janky, yeah.
Come at them with, a little bit of reverence.
Or like the older games, where the developers didn't quite know what the fuck they were doing, compared to nowadays.
A Ubisoft game, Ubisoft is incapable of jank. That's bugs. It's a topic that I do find interesting. In my mind, it's kind of like, it's just jank bugs. It's when you start seeing the math behind the scenes, when you are taken out of experience because you start being like, oh, video games are just made of ones and twos and held together by fucking spin.
I suppose specifically jank is sort of flaws in the context of the developers having overlooked something or not having as many resources as you could have liked. Which is why we don't really say AAA games are janky. For me, I don't know if I can define what jank is, but I can define what it isn't. And what it isn't is when a game feels polished, and when a game feels overly polished,
feels very fun to play and shit.
Okay. You don't like those corners being rounded off. You like a little bit of sharp jank edge.
I don't like a game that restricts your movement with invisible walls, because if you walked on top of
that too.
bits of furniture
when it's like built to the brim with fucking invisible walls, instead of just having like a wall that's blocking a visible wall that's blocking instead of just an invisible one.
I would argue are not very polished, but there's no jank in a lot of them because of that restricted nature.
Yeah, it's sort of campness, sort of where the player's freedom allows them to create scenarios that the game wasn't really prepared for, like jumping on top of people's heads during half-life cutscenes. It feels jank, but it's fun.
Is it?
Yeah, and I guess that's like the difference between player-driven jank, which I agree, I think that should be something that should be embraced. We kind of when you do that as a player, you kind of understand that you were doing something that wasn't intended, and you, in a way, are
But it's still
expecting
fun
the
to do.
It's kind of like a reward.
But it doesn't
There's
quite
also
get in the way of the game
jank
itself.
You feel like
Okay.
seeing a cutscene and then randomly an NPC in the background goes into T-pose or A-pose for a split second and then goes back to their animation. That
That's a
always
bit
gets laugh
janky,
at me,
yeah.
Like, yeah, that shouldn't be happening. It's a
Yeah,
animation
when-
mistake, but
Yeah, I can imagine that happening a lot in, like, say, the older Skyrim games, like especially in Giants.
Assassin's Creed Unity, which was
Yeah,
before
it
this
is.
game when it first came out.
yeah.
And when I was playing it initially on PC, it had this issue where it would just like freeze for like a second every few seconds, and then when it unfroze, all the physics would sort of all the stuff that had queued up during the pause would happen at once.
Oh,
So I'm
Right,
watching it-
or when
watching
the
a cutscene with a bunch
game
of
in general
people,
just
like,
freezes up
divine
because it's
assassins
loading shit.
talking to each other. And then every few seconds it would freeze for a second, and then all the tops of their hoods would just go whoop. Just go whoop.
Oh my God, I love that.
Yeah, so I was about to say, was that janky in a charming way or buggy in an annoying way?
Well, it was annoying in gameplay. I eventually sort of caved and bought like the PlayStation version,
Yeah.
so I wouldn't have to put up with it. But in the cutscenes, it made me laugh. And you know, I always appreciate things like that because it makes you go, no, game's trying so hard, no, and it gives you a positive feeling towards the game.
Yeah.
I guess.
It's like a...
Unless it, again, it doesn't get in the way of playing the game and
Continue
shit.
because I was kind of gonna rail us down a different track.
Well, let's get
You know, I was also going to do that.
Well, let's talk about more specific examples because there's
I
three.
forgot to
there are,
fucking
the three-pronged
decrease
hybrid
the game
of this
audio a
topic
little
up
bit.
Was Stalker 2, which I think we've all been playing a
Eurojank.
little bit. Which that's its own criteria of jank.
Oh,
yeah.
breed of jank.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. Just from my I heard
it
them.
wasn't properly QA.
Because I haven't actually played the
also,
game.
You and I, Marty, have been playing Slitterhead lately, which is a game remarkably old school in its sensibilities, including jank.
Yeah.
Oh, it's very
And of
janky.
course,
Oh yeah.
and of course, today's Battle Masters, in which
play
Jamaica got a face
Skyrim.
full of the worst kind of jank, trying to get the bloody game running.
All
Oh,
versions
right.
of the game I
What
had to
happened
buy.
with Jamaica?
But then when you see that horse wiling out, that's good jank. That's the good.
Yeah,
jank.
no.
The game
That's
not
good
working is
jank.
the bad jank.
Okay. The good jank is initially loading in and going ha 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 horse spin, and then that happening for half an hour straight, trying to troubleshoot why it's happening and not being able to do anything. That's
That's
bad.
good. That's
buggy,
bad
bad.
jank.
Yeah, in the AAA realm, I think Bethesda's probably the developer who people's minds go to
Yep.
immediately, and I feel
Then
like
Ubisoft
they
nowadays.
have ridden the spectrum of jank to
Yeah,
where,
especially in
at
Ubisoft.
a certain point, maybe when they were considered more like underdogs, the jank was very charming, and now that they not
And I guess
only
also
purchased a shit ton of
BioWare as
companies
well.
under them, but then got purchased by one of the biggest companies in the world in Microsoft. Now the jank is like, how dare you? How dare you have
How
a box
dare you.
act weird in Starfield?
Yeah,
Charles, you fucker.
that's not endearing, jank. Because as I say, like, the jank is something that I feel like we miss so much these days because the AAA games tend to be
Very
overly
polished.
polished. And if there is jank, it's just
Especially
annoying
the
jank.
first party stuff
like
like
if it impedes
Sony's
gameplay,
God of War, Spider-Man.
It strides the line of not being jank anymore and becomes buggy and annoying. Like you said, Yachts, with Unity, once it started impeding gameplay, you had to go buy another version of the
You gotta
game.
be
That
kidding me.
is just
The fucking asshole's
terrible.
clipping to
Like,
the
that's
floor
really bad.
here.
Yeah, if you
But seeing
lose
the little
progress, if
flippies-
you need to
fucker.
go back to an older save, if you're having hard crashes, like those are indefensible janks in my mind. Like those are not. No one can find those endearing. Where a character whiling out in the background.
Yeah.
More physics.
Yeah, it was just like what happened here.
But would you rather have jank in all its wonderful spectrum of jankiness, or games that just restrict what the player can do half the time in order to avoid jank?
So I mean, this centers around something you bring up a lot, where you'd rather have a bad game than a bland game, right? And
Right.
some
Because
of
at
that
least the
jank
bad games
can-
is
if the jank
fun
is
to
a
make fun
product
of.
reach, a developer's creative reach extending their practical grasp, then I think that's something that you could be like, ooh, I see what you tried to do here, and it was actually like a pretty neat idea, but
you screwed up.
because of
Screwed up
time,
the
because of
pooch.
resources, because maybe you were just a little too early to the idea, this thing does not feel great, and I feel like I'm much happier giving that a pass.
Shall we talk about Slitterhead?
I would love to talk about
Where's
Slitterhead.
Slitterhead?
I am writing a review that's going to come out.
Is that the
but,
developer or the
I don't
gamer?
wanna spoil myself here. Sure. But Slitterhead's main mechanic is
okay, it's a
It is
game,
possess
okay.
em up. One of the few
Possess 'em up.
ups.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the only two possess em ups
Possess
I can
'em
think of are Messiah and Driver San Francisco. And I love
San Francisco.
possessing things in Driver San Francisco.
Yeah,
Me too. I love that game.
Second Sight was a good possess 'em up back in the day.
Was it?
Sight wasn't Second Sight Psyops? Were those possess 'em ups? Geist? No, I'm thinking of Geist. Geist
Yeah.
was a possess 'em up in the game.
That was a Geist 'em up.
Guys them up.
Well, I don't remember that one. But yeah, I really enjoyed how the possessing in Driver San Francisco allowed you to
Driver San Francisco. Why does that
not
name
skip a
sound
beat
familiar?
in the gameplay. So it was a driving game. So if you could drive into a wall, and usually that would mean, oh, the flow has been lost. Now I have to reverse out, rejoin traffic, and I've lost however much distance on the person I'm pursuing. Not in Driver San Francisco. Just hop out, possess the next dude on the road, and get right back into the
Then move
action.
on.
That's what I loved about it.
What a weird premise. I love
And
that game.
that's sort of the experience I get in Slitterhead combat as well. Things going wrong? Not anymore. Oop.
Yeah, I have,
So you
I have not heard anything about this Slitterhead one.
Yeah, so you have like core characters. You can bring
Yeah, it might
up
be a
two
new
core
game.
characters into a mission, and they are like characters are upgrading and stuff, story characters.
Yeah.
But then you can possess just random NPCs wandering around the city. So when you get into a battle, you have your two core characters, but you can also possess an NPC who's cowering in fear behind the monster,
Get your ass, you
and you'll possess them, and they'll have some abilities and weapons, and they won't be as strong as your core characters, but you can use them in combat, use them in traversal. You can jump off a roof, and right before you're about to hit the ground, just possess someone else. And then you're like, I don't know what happened to that guy. He just jumped off the roof. That wasn't me.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
awesome.
I guess the jank running through Possess Modes for me is sort of context-based. Because, like, morally, this is completely indefensible.
Sure.
We're just, like, leaving a prolonged sequence of dudes to die.
Yeah, we're taking over their bodies without consent. It's pretty
Yes.
fucked up. Yeah.
But the plot, like Driver San Francisco particularly, sort of necessarily has to frame us as the good guy. And it really doesn't come across in, like, the actual... It's a bit of ludonarrative dissonance, I think. That particular
Whatever
flavor
that
of
means.
jank.
6 segundos bastam para te contar que a nova Oreo original tem agora ainda mais cacau. Mais...
Shut up. Fucking ads.
Yeah, we
Yeah, I'm really debating whether or not I should fucking get
Slitterhead
YouTube
to
Premium.
A lot of games of the PS3
I'm
era.
really debating.
Felt like a lot of the like.
'Cause yeah, as on YouTube,
trying
I've been-
to do a
I've been
AAA
pretty
thing,
fucking
but we
shit
might
lately.
Not have the AAA resources, and that's where you get the jank of your Vampire Reigns and your Mind Jacks.
Platinum games kind of touch that realm for me, like a lot of Platinum games.
Yeah, there's certain developers that have like a jank, like Suda has a little bit of jank around him.
Yeah.
Swery has a little.
Deki Kamiya.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's good jank, I think. Then
Right,
of course,
the fun
Rise.
type
It's
of
good
jank.
jank comes out of an experimental spirit, and for me, Slitterhead more embodies the more experimental spirit of like the PS2 era, where there was a lower barrier to entry, there was much more better third-party support, so there were all kinds. People were experimenting with all kinds of crazy ideas. We were still somewhat new to the realms of 3D gameplay.
Yeah.
So you'd be more likely to see fun stuff like God Hand, Katamari Damacy, Shadow of the Colossus, really exploring the potential in the game space that you don't get so much these days. Now that everything's invisible walls and ultra-realistic buckets.
Shadow of the Colossus is one of my favorite games of all time, and I think that is undeniably janky because it is trying something that
New.
barely any games are trying now. Like
Right, like,
scale and scope and freedom of movement and
That
climbing.
and
up
also
the
being
things
somewhat
from
of a boss rush. Yeah, you don't tend to see many games do that except like Cuphead or maybe
I think it strikes this
Wukong,
line between
Black Myth Wukong,
exactly
yeah.
what Yachts was saying with experimental, but also ambition. Like how ambitious the project is, what they're trying to do. It might be something that's been done before, but just on a completely different scale. like with Shadow of the Colossus, but that also is directly correlated to budget. Like, if you're trying to do something incredibly ambitious with a huge budget, I think you push through that jank barrier and just get into you guys weren't managing your resources correctly. Like, you had an infinite amount of money and you just fucked
Right,
up.
what happened with
rather than
Concord?
You're a small team trying to do this ambitious thing and it's a bit jank. You know, it's such a weird line you can push through.
Do you guys have do you have early memories of janky games? Like, it's funny for me, like, there's some 2D games, but I feel like jank is an inherently 3D thing.
Yeah, me that grew up
And maybe
with a
that's
lot of
just
like
because so many more, like,
mediocre
possibilities get
fucking
introduced in the
platformers on the
3D game than in a
PS2
2D
era.
game.
I can definitely encounter a lot of jank.
Is a result of ambition and exploring new spaces, and
Yeah, especially with
in
the
2D
movie
world,
Vice and
everything
stuff.
was much more tightly under control.
Yeah, I think of a lot of early 3D games. The N64, the PS1, the Dreamcast, even into the PS2, had jank in them trying to figure out how do we make a game 3D. Like,
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, the earliest days of
Good examples there,
PlayStation
like
1
fucking
3D
Bubsy
games,
3D.
those were jank.
yeah, oh, absolutely. When looking at like what Nintendo took out of the oven in Mario 64 and being like, well, shit, how do we do that? And it's like, oh, let's try. And then it turns out being like, oh, we don't actually know how to do this. So we're gonna try
Castlevania 64 was just like absolute jank.
Yeah, most of the
Or,
Castlevania,
like,
the 3D
races in
Castlevania
64
games
area, like
around the
Beetle Adventure Racing
N64
or even
era.
Diddy Kong Racing had. I remember, you know, animations bugging out in Diddy Kong Racing and like clipping through the walls constantly, based on speed and angle and stuff like that. But it never. Well, I think it was mainly because I was a child. It never really angered me. It was like, oh, I've done something. Jank has this kind of like naughty quality to it, like you were saying, Yeltsin, doing something you shouldn't be. I love clipping out of bounds by accident in games. I feel like I've discovered like
in GTA or some
secret,
shit.
you know. There's a
players-
wonderful YouTube show that does that.
I don't know. With
Players
GTA
love
5, when
feeling like
glitches
they've
tend to
gotten
happen
more
a
with the
lot, it gets more
Oh, yeah,
annoying
there
just
was a time
because
when, developers
with
tried to
GTA
make
5,
games where you
especially
could
with
be
the online
bad guy
portion, it takes fucking
and,
forever
like,
to
games
load
like
back to
Overlord
it.
and Evil Genius, and I always felt like those were sort of missing the point. They were trying to
Yeah, GTA 5 probably is a
give
good
the
game,
player
but
the
fuck me, does it
opportunity
take
to be
fucking
naughty,
forever to load
but
up.
Yeah.
as long as they were doing it within the constraints they defined. Then it didn't
Especially if you're
feel
doing
like being
anything
naughty.
online related.
Being naughty meant jumping on people's heads in Half-Life. It meant, you know, being a bad guy in GTA, not because the game made you, but because you could.
You wanted to.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of it is like allowing players the freedom and expression to make their own fun, and whether that is going out of bounds, whether that is like, you know, fucking around and just being a menace or anything like that. And those, I feel like good jank comes from there, like the players being able to like slip through the wrinkles and create their own little pockets of fun.
I've got a great example of this. So like these things can objectively ruin an experience for you, and I did this in Elden Ring. So we were playing it. I think we had like an early copy, and this was before there was, you know, guides and stuff like that, and
Right.
they
Okay.
patched this out incredibly quick. But Moog, the Blood Lord guy, I saw all of the like graves around his arena, like before you enter, and I was jumping and parkouring up, and I managed to jump into his arena so that his AI doesn't trigger.
Yeah.
So I could just walk up to him and I killed him.
Yeah.
And I was laughing the entire time, and I objectively missed out.
Right,
on,
because I guess
did it on
the AI
subsequent
only
playthroughs, but I
activates
missed
when
out on
the
a really
player
good fight, but
hits
that memory of
a certain
me
point of the door, or
accidentally
whatever,
doing
or when the
that
door
and
opens
ruining that
itself.
boss fight
So
is
if the
something
player
that
can
I
just go around the
hold in my
door,
mind as a
the
fond,
AI doesn't do
happy
anything. Yeah, that's
memory,
that's
because
my
I
guess.
got one up on the game. Yeah, it was like a
Yeah, because the door itself might
Famously,
be a
there's couple of boss
trigger.
fights in Dark Souls where you can see the boss before you enter the arena if you get to the right angle, and you can, if you just snipe them with an bow and arrow, you can just kill them before you even enter the fight, and the game allows for it. Like the game goes, okay, that counts. You beat the boss.
Yeah, I mean, FromSoft is definitely probably across. Like FromSoft might be the biggest AAA beloved developer who also still has jank in their games.
Oh yeah,
And it's like acceptable jank. Like people are rarely mad at jank in FromSoft games, and honestly,
Except
jank
when
is a
it's,
lot of the character
hard as
FromSoft
shit
games. Like a lot of
bosses.
the like weird physics situations you find yourself in, or sort of the physical comedy that comes from playing the games. Can come from that. Whereas, you know, like we mentioned before, when it's in a Bethesda game, or even like, I don't know, I'll be curious to see. Obviously, Witcher 3 was beloved, even though it had plenty of bugs and glitches and,
especially
wrinkles to
early on,
it,
huh?
but I feel like warmly received. Whereas when Cyberpunk dropped, that was lambasted for coming out of the oven way too early and charging full price to the point where they had to pull it out of the store shelves of specific consoles.
Yeah, especially on PS4.
So
Like, holy
I'm
shit.
Curious, it feels like
What an
CD
absolute
Projekt
fucking
might have
shit show the
might have
PS4
passed
Cyberpunk was.
that point where Bethesda has.
I don't think
where
they
it's like,
I don't think they
have to do a
have
different
fixed that version yet.
standard.
think.
maybe?
Level of
Well, they're not-
accountability.
They're not the indies anymore. They're not the tryhards. They're the establishment.
Yeah.
We expect a certain amount of polish from the establishment,
Yeah.
because otherwise,
And also,
what's the point?
yeah, I get this feeling as well of, I don't know what it is, if it's just like entitlement as a gamer, but once I understand that a company has made so much money off of a product, I stop tolerating jank. So I've been playing begrudgingly, I say that, been playing a lot of Dead by Daylight at the moment, and that game is jank, has crazy bad UI and stuff like that. Hello, Jess. And I stop tolerating the jank in that game because people go, oh, it's just jank. They're a scrappy, indie team, and it's like they've made so much money. Like,
Yeah, especially
be
with
fixing these
all the
things.
different
Like,
fucking
it stops being
IP
quaint and
killers.
starts being like, well, there's so many of them, and you guys have so much money. You should probably be trying to fix these things rather than just accepting it.
Actually, that's not always the case, because I've just remembered thinking of examples of jank that has made me go, "Aw," and had more fun. Was one time when I was playing Red Dead Redemption. Now that's AAA by any definition.
Oh yes,
But I was playing Red Dead Redemption, and for some reason, the Euphoria physics just failed the walking animations, and John Marston just started roller skating around the terrain, just without moving his legs. But there was a little bit of physics, so they were sort of vibrating as they went along the rough terrain.
Yeah.
That
But
made
if
me
that was
laugh.
consistent, right? Yeah, and I agree. I also recently just completed the remaster of Red Dead. And the
one that came out
frequency as well, I
recently
think,
for
is also
PS1, PS7
a
shit.
component of jank, because
Right, I
if
still
that
need
was
to fucking do
happening
Red Dead Redemption at
every
some point as
other
well.
time you got
I already
out of
have
a
plans
cutscene,
to
it
do
would probably
Revolver.
stop being funny and start being like, well, you should probably fix this. But if it happens,
Yes, yes, that's exactly what happened, Eric.
Shot a Spike
But
Lee.
yeah, it happened once the whole time I was playing the game, and it did not reduce my opinion of the game at all.
Yeah, it's
yeah,
fun.
frequency is a huge thing.
It's just fun.
I don't feel like
When shit like that
Rockstar
happens, it
was
doesn't
ever
disrupt the game
lambasted
itself.
for their jank until the GTA trilogy remastered, which
Yep.
was not them who developed it, but they signed
No,
off
it
on
was someone else
They got
that
the
had
money
no
and
idea what the fuck they were
everything,
doing.
which came out in like a horrid state. Like
Well, that
the
wasn't
fact that
jank, that was just bad.
So that was just bad. Yeah, so that's like
that was just a
clear
shit
line
port,
of
though.
demarcation where this one Rockstar thing.
I think they just took the fucking mobile versions of those games, just ported onto consoles.
Is like
with the bugs and
fleecing
everything.
customers of their money, which has just like recently finally been patched through.
And I think they even add new
Several
bugs as
years
well
later, now
alongside
apparently
the
GTA trilogy
older
definitive edition is
bugs.
good. So
Yes, bad is robbing a bank. Running into the bank, waving a gun, your trousers fall down to your ankles, and you fall over and shoot yourself in the leg. That's jank.
yeah,
But if that happens every day, it's not good.
Well, it's bad for you. It'll never stop being funny to the people who work in the bank, I'm sure.
yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to also bring up purposeful jank. Games that
Purposeful
have
who?
made their bread and butter out of weaponizing jank or mechanic.
Weaponizing
Yeah,
jank? Like Goat Simulator or some shit?
Harnessing jank. Well, or mechanicanizing. Either way. Bennett Foddy, obviously, with games like QWOP and Getting Over It, upcoming Baby Steps, and the sort of the cottage industry genre.
The more
that's,
famous Goat Simulator.
Surgeon Simulator,
Surgeon Simulator, Octodad, I Am Bread, Chained Together, which we played.
I also think mechanical jank can be expressed by just allowing the player to do things. Baldur's Gate 3, I think, is an incredibly jank game, but intentionally so. They allow for these interactions that probably gameplay-wise shouldn't be allowed because they break the game, but the player thinks they could happen, so they allow it to happen. They want this jank.
They want that
these jank interactions
because
to
it makes the
play
game
out.
more fun.
See, for me, Goat Simulator feels like it sort of crosses the line into sort of Birdemic 2 areas where they try too hard to
Birdemic
lean
2.
into it.
Yeah, in ways,
like
for sure.
It's gone full circle of parody, and it's kind
Yeah.
of like what is this game actually saying?
Yeah,
Because you're
Squirrel with a gun.
expecting it, right? You're
Squirrel with a
expecting
gun
it, so...
absolutely crosses that line.
Yeah, you can almost feel when a game gets revealed, generally an indie game, and you see it during a showcase, and you're like, oh, this is almost a meme, right? Like
Right.
the point of
Intentionally
this is
trying to make itself be a
but then you
fucking
have something
meme or
like Another
whatever.
Crab's Treasure, which was like, oh, a Souls-like, but you play a crab and you can have a gun, and on paper you're like, okay, this feels like a little like I'm just trying to skate off the power of an animated GIF on Twitter. But then the game comes out and it's really
But
good.
the game's actually
so,
pretty fun.
Yeah. Arctic Eggs suddenly leapt to mind as games that weaponize jank.
yeah, that's the
haven't
core
played
mechanic
that.
of that. Of trying to fry your eggs is janky as
Fry
all
your
fuck,
eggs.
but I guess purposefully.
Another one? Shut up.
Postal. The Postal 2 would be a game that probably sits on the borderline for me.
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Playing into the jank. Postal 3 absolutely tries too hard to lean into the jank, and it's just kind of lame and annoying.
Yeah.
I also just think there's jank in every single game you'll ever play ever, because every game is barely being held together with string.
Fuck, there's so many of
and
them here.
straw and is ready to break at any point, and it will.
Maybe yours are.
Wait, how many patches did you do for Starstruck? Yes.
A few. Not in a while.
Yes, no, that's legit really good.
No, I mean I completely agree. Every game, like some of the most revered games,
It's a miracle
of the
that any
century
game
have
comes out.
jank. Yeah, but like Breath of the Wild has jank, Half-Life 2
Yeah.
has jank, Elden Ring has jank. Like I
Yeah,
feel like
it
the
just
only way
depends
you're
on how
really
much
able
jank you can
to-
tolerate, I
because
guess.
the only things without jank are like the smallest, tightest, like most focused experiences. I don't even know if I can name a game without jank.
Balatro?
I think-
Does Balatro
yeah.
have jank?
Yeah, I don't know.
Intentional
Maybe not.
jank, I think, but
Yeah, I guess again maybe that's weaponized jank.
I think
but,
it's
like,
two extremes, right? Like you said, small experiences, but also, as Yahtzee mentioned at the top of the pod, it was AAA games that have all of their corners rounded off, that are just about individual mechanical focuses and telling you that story, and they don't allow for any of that experimentation. That doesn't have it either.
Supermassive games is what I think of when I think of overly
Like,
polished.
yeah, Hades or some
jank
shit.
avoidance.
like Until Dawn and stuff.
Yeah, because
No, oh wait,
there's
no.
very tight
I
movement
was
control,
thinking
so
a
you
different
can't do
one.
anything that doesn't resemble normal human
I was thinking,
movement.
yeah, Supermassive, that's
And,
the Until
it's
Dawn
kind
people
of,
and
like,
the
sluggish to control
other
and
stuff that
annoying.
they did
And all you can do
afterwards.
is-
Yeah.
is pick stuff up and comment on them. And everything else is cutscene.
Yeah, it's funny. I was gonna say, I feel like
Yeah,
jank.
I actually do
is
have a
worst
copy
the
of Until
second
Dawn.
you
I
give
want
the
to
player,
play
like,
that
the
game at
tools
some
for
point
player
as well.
expression
Just I have
and
so
player
much other
freedom.
shit to do.
And it's funny that those Supermassive games have storylines. They're all about player freedom. Like, this is a
Confidential
choose your own
cheer
adventure,
200 bits.
but there's no jank in them because it's not really
Thanks for
player
the,
freedom, right? It's
thanks for the 200
it's
cheers.
obvious
Much
that they
appreciated,
can't allow
Coffee.
for every possible thing you can do.
yeah, it's just a choose your own adventure book in video game form.
Right.
Quite.
Yeah, something like
Shall
that.
we
Right.
go to Super
Thanks for
Chats?
the
There's
thanks for the bits there.
five
Much appreciated.
Before we even started today,
I have a
everyone's
bunch of
got-
topics I haven't brought up, but I saw specifically got mentioned in Super Chat, so I was waiting for that.
Everyone's got jank opinions. Jank opinions.
Jank pinions! That's a good portmanteau.
Yeah, how you
Alex
been?
Armstrong
How you been up to,
gives
Comfy?
circles and
Yeah, right
says,
now
"On
it's just
topic," well,
farming
great
some
fucking
stuff
start.
here in
Last
Space
Thursday
Marine.
was the Nintendo DS's 20th anniversary. Do you think it was a good system at the time, and what were your favorite games on it?
20
It was
years,
weird
yeah,
as shit.
damn.
I was like, what?
That's a-
Screens.
That's
I
a
think
whole
it might
other fucking
2004.
podcast. Surely. Save that for next week.
Yeah, let's save it for next week.
Yeah, then the fucking DS is already 20 years old. Fuck
Let's
me.
talk about handheld games next week. That sounds nice.
Yeah, let's do
Being
it.
a
Basically
mom,
every
do
Castlevania
kids
on the
pizza.
DS.
I don't know,
Oh,
alright.
yes.
Just chilling here,
like how,
playing the game,
now,
as
when
usual.
people are trying to port those games, like it
See,
takes
busy
a
with
bit
doing your own
because
stuff.
you have to figure out like what do we do with this
Yeah.
fucking bottom screen?
Dual
How
screens,
intense
yeah.
was this bottom screen?
I've got the
They're even weird to
Castlevania.
emulate. Like even if you try
Yeah.
to steal them, they're weird.
Yeah, I'm just trying to finish off
I
the
did with
fucking game
tell you
now.
what I did with the
I just
bottom
need to
screen
farm
when
up
I
some
was
extra
playing
kills.
Castlevania Dawn of Sorrow. Download a fucking fan patch for the ROM that removes all the fucking touchscreen gimmicks, and the game plays
Yeah.
perfectly well without them. What do you know?
I've got the Dominus collection of Castlevania, which is a bunch of the DS games, and
Right, and I think some
at
of the
beginning it's
GBA
like,
games
how do you
as
want
well.
to display the other screen, and it's just like 10 different ways of doing it, and it's
Fucking don't.
confusing.
That would be my preference. Yeah. I've just been
See,
replaying.
I do tend to work a lot
Circle of the Moon in like
and not
the
chat, but
earlier
I've seen you
GBA
playing a little
Castlevania
bit.
collection, actually.
Yeah, I did notice you
games,
a
but
few
I find
times here and there. Still
I'm
much
enjoying
appreciated.
it as just a thing to do with my hands. I always prefer Aria of Sorrow though. Circle of the
Yeah.
Moon's a little bit.
Yeah, don't
too
force
copy-pasty
people
in the environments
to like say
for
shit
my
on,
taste.
in chat.
I love
If
Castlevania.
they want, if they just want to chill, I'll let them
For
chill.
more on handheld games.
Anyway, yes, maybe next week. Gildon Yetic gives $5 and says, while
I
being
didn't do
hyped
that
for a broken
shit as
release is a
well. I don't
traumatic
tend to,
experience, I need a janky,
when I'm
ambitious game with
on someone
more
else's
stable
chat,
reproductions of the tried and
don't tend to
true.
do as
I
much
agree,
as
Gildon
before. I
Yetic.
just tend to
Yeah.
just watch, not really say much.
I want to see the stumbling that comes with the process of scientific discovery.
Yeah,
That-
a lot of
if that-
times.
That dude hadn't left his moldy petri
Mostly
dishes
just
around,
because
would we ever have had
right
penicillin?
immediately afterwards I'm just gonna go to bed, so I'm not gonna
And
stay
a
for
lot of
long.
times, like the birth of those of like beloved mechanics or ideas might come from a game that originally launched and was janky,
a lot
janky as hell.
A lot of games realized where the fun was in the process of development.
Oh,
Yeah.
100%, yeah.
Look at all those superpowers in the Tears of the Kingdom that were originally dev tools, or how Gunpoint used to be about pointing guns at people, but midway to development decided it was more fun to jump through windows and rewire electronics.
Yeah, or even how
There's so many here.
Jurassic Park Trespasser does like the HUD-less information in a
Yeah,
Too bad it's a
way,
shit game.
but
Tit
in a way
health.
that other games later would do.
the pioneer of tit health.
Yeah,
Right.
health looked down your tit.
Now,
Yeah, I don't
now
think
that's
I've ever
classic
seen
jank for you.
other games doing that
jank.
shit.
Dr. Theo,
Personally,
member for
it
10 months in
depends.
Tip Jar,
Right.
thank you very much.
Me,
And
it
then
really
Matt
depends
gives,
on
well,
whether or not
three
how long
$5 super chats
for
in
how
a
long
row.
I'm gonna stay in
Jank is great
chat.
for speedrunning. Security Breach has a huge speedrunning community because of how janky it all is. Yeah, speedruns of modern...
Because after I end
curbs
stream and
edges
rate
games
someone, I
just
only
aren't
have
fun
like
at all.
less than an hour
Yeah.
to
It's funny, I was
stay
gonna say,
in chat.
in terms of big AAA developers who feel like their games
Sometimes
are
even
always
less than
janky,
that.
Nintendo as a developer comes to mind, but even like Nintendo games are some of the most speedrun and games out there. Mario 64, Ocarina of Time, Breath of the Wild, all that stuff, and those games thrive on jankiness. On like, oh, I'm gonna get up the stairs crazy quick by doing backward jumps and cancels, or
But
I'm
that
gonna,
jank
I'm gonna teleport
exists,
from the Deku
right?
tree to the end of the game.
Yeah, but that jank exists in the two most popular speedrunning games I think of all time are Mario 64 and Ocarina of Time, and the jank exists in those
Yeah, when
games
I read out,
because
it's
they were
usually because I'm
experimenting to
really
allow
going
the
straight to
players have
bed.
mechanical expression. So there's
Yeah.
a
I mean, I
direct
always tend to
correlation between those
rate
I mean,
people.
you can speedrun any game.
That
so the most
doesn't
popular
really matter
speedrun games
if
generally
I'm
just
only,
the most
I'm only gonna
popular
say that for a
games.
little
Things
bit.
people have the
I
most
always rate at
nostalgia
the end
for
of
and have played
stream.
the most. Minecraft is somehow
I
a
just
really big speedrunning game.
I
because it's so
mostly
fucking popular.
follow a lot of people just like have someone to rate that, you know,
Dr. Theo
every
then adds,
streamer.
Astral Spiff did the legendary 600% run where you beat Security Breach 6 times, getting all 6 endings, but also doing the 100% completion each time.
So I always have
17-hour
like
run.
someone to rate
Well,
at some
that's
point.
just
So.
mental.
Isn't Security Breach the bad
Yes,
Freddy's game?
Yeah, it sucks though.
awful, but, you know, the kids
Most
in
people
their
that I tend to
you know, the
rate,
kids in their
especially
Five
like
Nights at
Oda,
Freddy's, they can't get enough of that
are
shit.
good friends of
I
mine.
guess maybe
They
if
tend to
Five
like
Nights at
different
Freddy
time
is
zones. So
getting
by the
kids
time they're
into
fucking,
horror, which will get them to,
so by the time that they're like
find
streaming
better
and
horror,
shit,
and then
I'm
getting
already.
them
It's
into
like
speedrunning, which
I
will
don't know
maybe
2,
get them
3
into
in
better
the
speedrunning,
fucking
then
morning,
that's
so I
good.
can
A
stay
net
for
positive.
longer.
I'm gonna say it's a net
Yes.
positive.
And Dr. Theo finally adds, also jank can lead to literal game mechanics to be used in the future. That's how we got rocket jumping from Quake.
Yep.
Now, that's a game that benefits from taking the hands off the player and letting them go hog
And that's
wild.
just gonna be even worse when I start properly working.
Dale Mallows gives. Dale Mallows also gives 3 super chats in a row. What is this? What is
Damn,
this?
guys.
Oh, what is this?
Gives $2 and says my favorite jank game is As Your Dreams on the PS1. And then
Later.
I'll listen later, gents. I gotta go take a shit. Spreading that across his second 2 super chats. As you
Oh, don't
what
say
was that?
Don't say spreading it across his two
Spreading
I mean, that
across.
is literally what he did.
Yeah.
As Your Dreams, I actually never played. It was a Konami JRPG, and I remember its box, but I never actually played it. And apparently, it was a roguelike
Roguelike.
RPG, which I don't feel we had a lot of roguelikes back then.
Why didn't they just
Or at
call it
least we
Blue
weren't calling
Dreams?
them. That's a great question.
I don't know. I
Just
don't mean for the game.
Just sounds pretentious to me.
I mean, RPG titles are all about sounding pretentious, right?
Yeah,
Well, there you go.
that's true.
Yeah.
Eternal Sonata. There you go.
Just look at fucking, I don't know, Shin Megami Tensei or whatever.
Name I'm not even gonna try to pronounce, but is presumably Polish, gives 10 Polish zlotys and says, "A new cheeky breaky IV damk."
Euro
What does that mean?
Euro Jank. Euro Jank.
That certainly is a janky super chat.
The fuck does that mean?
And then Yahtzee will wear a green hat 3 weeks. I think, wasn't it 3 weeks last week? Yahtzee will wear a green hat.
I mean,
3
you're gonna
weeks?
see. Keep reading.
I think you're slipping. He gives 5 euros and says, "It's 2 weeks actually. YouTube just doesn't let me change my name anymore." Oh, okay.
I think YouTube thinks
I wonder why.
you're trying to. Yeah, this person's trying to change their name every single week, huh? Are you trying to avoid?
I'm trying to avoid the FBI or something.
Crypt's got to be my favorite jank game. Anyway, clock's ticking. Willy Fiddlers.
Cryptis.
Cryptis. What's that one?
Cryptis.
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 Here sounds like.
Oh, okay.
Looks like a shooter. It's very magenta. Just literally the color magenta.
Right, not magenta in the metaphorical sense.
No, magenta in the literal sense.
Being,
Okay,
it's very
yeah.
fucking red.
Looks like a 32-bit
And purple and
style
stank and
shooter
shit.
that has lots of bright colors in it. Yes, indeed.
Metaphysically magenta.
Alex Armstrong gives $2 and says, "Jank as Sonic Heroes is, I still have fun with it."
Yeah, it's a fun game, even though I can definitely say that it's somewhat
Games,
janky.
especially 3D Sonic games, tend to have a lot
Oh
of.
yes.
Yeah, definitely. Earlier Sonic
the one
games.
from
I really
2006 was
Yeah.
dense with the worst kind of jank.
That was
Yep.
like where almost Jank took a step over into like, oh, this might be actually broken. Whereas
Yes.
100%.
Right,
Sonic
yeah,
Adventure,
definitely.
very janky but charming.
Because
Sonic
those
Frontiers,
games
janky.
don't really allow you to do much. You most of the time run along a track. So when I'm running along a track and it's jank, that's just bad. That's not. That's not like, oh, it's quaint because they couldn't do this thing. Like they just can't make you run forward properly.
Problem is, he gotta go fast.
You gotta
do
go
that?
fast.
That's his only thing.
I mean, could we maybe not go fast so we avoid dropping things?
What if we just go at like a healthy, brisk speed?
A leisurely pace.
Yeah.
A leisurely pace, yeah.
I was going through that the new version of Half-Life 2 with all the developer commentary they added, and I got to like the chapter where you're driving the buggy around the roads, and they're all like, "Hey, the key element of this chapter was trying to give the player a sense of speed and powerfulness.
Yeah.
Although, if you actually time it, your buggy only moves to maximum speed of 35 miles per hour." I was like, well, shit, why isn't Sonic doing that? Just moving it to nice, manageable 35 miles an hour, whilst just making you feel like you're going
Just put
fast
speed
and
lines
crazy.
inside.
What?
Yeah.
What is Sonic running from? That's the real question.
What are we all running?
Himself.
He's running from
Oh my
himself.
god.
The one thing
I was
he can
thinking
never
that
escape.
same shit.
Tom
fucker.
Trader D gives 25 Polish zlotys and says, "I think Jank
Ranging,
is usually
it
used
depends
to
on how
games
much I've
which is
enjoyed the game,
interesting,
like
but
some
lack
Mega
budget or
Man.
resources for polish, generally indie games." Well, thank you for clarifying.
Or you know,
the
you actually
definitions there, Tom
have,
Trader D.
you can actually enjoy the other portion stream. I
what,
don't know. I always rate, so I don't really
I
run
guess
into
indie
that.
games that tend to try to do something
Yes.
I always
and,
try to
like ambitious.
give some
I mean, case in
attention
point,
to
Alex
someone
Armstrong
that probably
gives $2
only
and
has
says,
like
"We
1
defend
or 2
Consuming
viewers or
Shadow's janky
whatever.
visuals." No, because my visuals of my game, The Consuming Shadow, were not janky, they were low effort. And I think we established that ambition is the key to jank. And I just really wasn't trying at all when I was doing the art of The Consuming Shadow.
Well, and it feels like jank isn't an aesthetic thing as we defined it, right? Like jank isn't visuals or audio. Jank is
There you are.
like
It can be.
friction that comes from mechanics.
I mean, when I think of janky visuals, I think of like early 3D realistic characters, where they were trying to create a realistic.
Like I said, it was 18 hours with this weekend, right? You were doing.
Lara Croft
Wait for 18 hours straight. Fuck me, screwed.
Yeah.
It's interactions, right?
Yeah, I'm probably way too old to be able to be fucking playing for 18 hours straight.
Matching with the lip sync. In
I am way
one
too old
scene,
for
right?
that shit.
It can be through visuals and audio, but it just has.
Yeah, well,
it has to
maybe
be
if I was
the
younger, I'll probably get away with that
interactions
shit, but
between
definitely
the
not
systems
not now.
gelling or like connecting as intended.
Yeah, it's
rather
almost
than
like the
anything
jank in Superman 64 is a game that's notoriously buggy and janky and everything, and I don't think its art direction is what people are pointing at. It's like the completely fucked top to bottom physics of flying, of Superman moving on the ground, of how he looks and everything. Like, it's less that building is janky and more of like just the act of existence in this world. Yeah, life is janky in this world. Yeah.
I brought up Superman 64 when I was talking about the Silent Hill 2 remake in Semi-Emblematic. Because they were doing the same thing with Fog.
Yeah, it's going down one.
They were like, oh, we can't
I saw DJ
render as
Hopkins
much
doing
as the
something
world,
like
we'll
that.
just say it's a
Up to
fucking
like
game.
17 hours
But
and
what works
one
in
new
horror,
event.
turns out,
Okay,
doesn't
just
work so well in
just say
Superman
17
64.
hours.
Shocking.
Hey, I don't know. I think that it's both age and also just
Falcon
depends on the
Yard
person
gives
itself.
Simon says Unity built-in
If
physics,
they're
Unity
willing to
asset store
fucking do that
equation zero
shit.
for modern jank. So this is part of the reason I really don't want to try to learn how to make 3D
Yeah,
games.
my guess is you
I'm happy
probably
making
need to
2D pixel art, thank you
really
very much.
prep up
The
for that
extra
shit.
dimension is hard to get my head around.
Maybe do like a full weekend,
Yeah.
just a full streamer. Because you're definitely not gonna see people doing
Don't
that
get me started on
during
Unity. I don't even
weekdays
want to talk
if
about
they
it.
have
Go
like
use a
work.
better engine.
Aye. What would you recommend these days for the ones making 3D games?
UE5 or Godot.
Then also maybe they don't
Okay.
get as much subs
And I still
if it's like a
recommend
sub of
GameMaker
fun.
if you're happy to
Because
stick with
most people are
2D.
now also doing
make 2D games,
also
you know,
working.
Because they fucking suck. But it's
Game Maker and Godot for 2D for me.
But there's a surprisingly small number of gameplay genres that absolutely need 3D graphics to work. First-person games, yes. Flight simulators, yes. Otherwise, you could probably get away with just keeping it 2D, if you ask me.
Yeah.
Also, if you want a good 3D engine, go back in time, sneak into Konami headquarters, and just steal the Fox engine. That was great.
Yeah.
The,
Easy
the
peasy.
Fox engine.
Easy peasy. What could possibly go wrong?
Ryan Betts gives $2 and says, "What's Second Wind's verdict
Yeah, they
on
ain't using
Outlast
it either way.
Trials? Fun, jank,
They ain't getting my they ain't using it.
and jank."
I ain't played it, so
No, neither did I. We had a delightful time chatting with the creative director of at Red Barrels on one of the last episodes of Breakout back in the old home. So my history with that series is I've played the single player games, and I think the first one was pretty impressive for the time. The second one's kind of whatever, and the creative director.
Second one's
is
bloody
very
awful.
charming.
I skipped the one because
First
he was
game's
getting
good,
late
second
and having
game-
convention in the morning. So I've only
Complete
completed
shit
once and
house.
thought that I
I
would have
hammed it
been
in my
for a few
review.
more hours to complete it. Right,
Yeah,
that
I
I
think the
that I
third game,
understand.
the Outlast Trials is multiplayer.
Yeah, that's
game,
what
which
that's
is,
the thing that I keep
like,
that
Yahtzee
I was
has
saying.
to not play.
Not gonna
my
have time for
wheelhouse.
everything
Yeah.
because you
It outlasted us.
because of other shit they have to worry about.
Polish name I'm still not going to try to pronounce.
You can't be fucking,
Oh, no, missed one. Alexander
especially
says
when you
totally
get
accurate
much
battlegrounds
older. You
is
can't be
intentional
playing. You
jank.
can't be playing games all fucking day because they have to do other
Yeah, I
shit.
remember that. Because
Isn't that totally accurate Battle Simulator, or is Battle?
they made Totally Accurate Battle Simulator. Then for April Fools they made like a PUBG ripoff.
I
with
could
the
read it
same
on my own
engine.
time. A few days later, it took
But
me
it was
5
actually
hours.
like a
Okay,
fully
it
functional
doesn't seem to be a
battle
very
royale game, and
long
like a lot of
game.
people
That's
played
just
that
doing
instead
a
of Totally
regular
Accurate Battle Simulator. So they
Yeah,
were
that's
a
the same
regular
team.
run of it,
They
right?
did the same thing this year with content.
Maybe it
warning
depends
at
if
the beginning of the
maybe
year.
it's
Like it's funny
be
that
more
their
if you're
little,
going for like 400%
goof one-off
completion,
things end up
like all the
kind of
trophies
blowing
or
up, and they're making
achievements.
this
I mean,
cool
that's-
haste we featured.
I mean, this is literally what happened with Fortnite, with the original.
I barely have time to play games anymore.
The original
Yeah,
game, they made it
I
like
get
a
that.
battle royale mode, and it completely eclipsed the original intended game.
yeah. Again,
So
when you
don't
get
make a
older, you
joke
have
battle
less and
royale
less
mode
fucking time
unless
to
you're
play
willing
games.
to commit to it for the rest of your life. Is the lesson we're learning from all of this?
I'm gonna have to fucking deal with that when I get
Can I try
when I get when I finally
Can
get a
try the next
job.
name?
Okay, you try pronouncing it.
Archek Viepshovi.
Oh, you just looked it up.
I did not. I'm fucking Polish. I've had to pronounce
It
dumb
used to be
shit
a
like
lot.
this my whole life. Sorry, it's not.
It used to be a lot
it's
of
just
work.
hard to pronounce
Gotcha.
names.
Well, name Marty just said gives 25 Polish zlotys and says Second Wind Outlaws versus Stalker 2. Which one would you take? Technically, both in a very similar state of technical fidelity. Well, I haven't played Stalker 2 very long, but so far I'll take it over Star Wars Outlaws. I'll say that right now.
Agreed.
Yeah, not just because it's more civil,
I'd
but
take
also
Star Wars
it's a
because
better
I'm
game.
so goddamn
Maybe.
sick of post-apocalyptic settings.
Oh well, that was
Deeply sick of them.
that was actually the rejected topic for this week's podcast.
It was.
Behind the scenes information fans.
Well, actually, technically,
Cool.
Marty, Stalker doesn't take place in a post-apocalyptic society. It's
Ah.
I think I'm dying.
Yes, the rest of the world's fine.
That's like a majority of the collectibles. The only ones I didn't get was 2,
But yeah, I take
where
Stalker
you
2.
have to be
Stalker 2.
probably another way.
Because
buy
of
it
budgetary
only,
reasons,
you
you know?
buy it only on Saturdays. Wait, what?
Also,
You mean
Star Wars
Saturdays? Is there like a
Outlaws,
time limit to it?
feels for me more on the polished side of things. There's not enough jank. There's not enough shit to do.
Yeah,
The
I
cities
didn't
feel
see
really-
You,
any
have to,
jank when
you
I
know, you
played.
can only
I
buy
just-
certain things
No,
in
the cities
a
in
specific
particular just
day or
feel really
whatever.
restricted.
Huh?
There's just like 100 game mechanics that are all kind of shallow, and none of them really go into enough detail to get as far as being jank.
It's also one of those games that so I'm going to be curious to see how people view this game in a few years because which this is an entirely different
Yeah,
topic.
one of the parts of
like
our shops you
something
can only
like
buy
No
on
Man's Sky
Saturdays.
or
What?
Final Fantasy 14.
Why?
It has been getting consistent updates since launch.
Is that
including
like the
massive,
only
like,
thing in the game
overhauls
that
to the
where you
combat
have
and
to
the stealth
fucking
system and like
buy it in
getting
a
rid of
specific day?
stealth insta fails, like things that it just seems like you should not have released the game when you released it. Clearly, like
Well-
you should
Yeah.
have waited to do this.
That's
Even
so
so, I have a
weird.
feeling
Why?
people are going to be saying that in a few years.
It's probably
is,
like a new thing for
what's
the
that
collection though, because I thought that was
one
a
of
thing
those
in
straight to
the
Netflix,
the
straight to
original
Disney
NES
Plus
version.
Star Wars spin-off series I didn't
Yeah, I
watch.
guess that's
Yeah.
probably something new for the
It's
collection.
also Ubisoft has become one of those companies where like
Still don't get why they
I-
implemented that shit.
it's hard to find good, actual, real criticism that isn't just I have a bone to
It
pick
wasn't?
with Ubisoft.
Then how the
no,
fuck did the
I'm kinda
NES
with
keep
you
track
there.
of that
You know
shit
what I mean?
then?
Like,
They're like the punching bag, the low-hanging fruit. The let's
Yeah,
jump,
that's-
everyone, let's jump on this thing.
You're basically summarizing everything I've said about every Ubisoft game I've reviewed in the last few years. Hey,
Yeah.
it's another.
Oh, it was
Ubisoft
another
open
game.
world
Okay,
game.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Shop wasn't a thing until Mega Man
Functional, but
7.
it's fucking
Okay, so that was
bland and it
around
sucks.
the
Yeah.
PS1 era.
Abdel Corrales gives
I
five.
guess
and
I
says,
could
"Hey
kinda
guys,
work
love your
with,
show. How many
the
Skyrim
calendar and
copies does
shit,
Jemate own now?
I still don't get why
Five.
they would implement that shit though. That's such a
version.
fucking weird thing.
Anniversary version. The
Yeah,
anniversary
that's probably my
version
fucking
on,
biggest fucking
the Switch
nitpick
version.
when with
and
some
2
with
VR versions.
games though.
Should have done it on the Switch.
When they block certain stuff, depending on like the day or hour of when you fucking play the damn thing, that I will never fucking understand why developers fucking implement that shit. Because it is so fucking annoying to deal with that. A good example of that is say Kingdom Hearts Recoded, the original DS version. Yeah, that game was a fucking pain in the ass 100% complete. And it was also very fucking annoying because there's like a few challenges where challenge rooms where it takes like almost a full fucking hour to finish, and then at the end of the fucking thing there's a specific challenge where you have to play the fucking you have to make sure they play the whole challenge doing a specific time of day, otherwise you can't get the fucking thing done. Yeah, that part was so fucking annoying to running into. Because most of the time I would always play around during the daytime. And then I would have to like fucking, I don't know, change the, restart the fucking DS, change the fucking time of the console, or the DS, yeah. I had to change the time on the DS, then fucking do the whole thing again. Like, that was so fucking annoying to deal with. And then when I'm done, I have to put it back. I have to put the timer back. That was so fucking annoying to deal with. Yeah, I have no idea why fucking developers bother with that shit. Like, why? It's just there to waste time. Huh? I have no idea. Hey, hold on, let me just deal these fuckers first before I put on the video.
Which version? You could have dressed up as Link.
No, I didn't even try the Switch version.
I had to buy the anniversary version on Steam for this challenge because
There's some of my NES
I hadn't played it since I bought it
Mega Man
retail for the
7,
PS3 in a box.
Jesus.
No, wait, is it the Switch?
Right, 8,
no, no,
8, right,
Switch
8
version's
was a
the one I didn't
PS1
try. I
game.
have
7
two
was
anniversary
was on
versions. I have the
SNES,
anniversary
right,
version
right.
on the PC or on Steam, and that didn't work.
Yeah, I
so
still
I tried
don't
the
like.
Game Pass
I still
version.
don't like when
So
fucking
I owned it, but I
developers
didn't buy it. So I bought
walk
4
behind
versions,
certain shit
but
depending
tried
on
5.
the time of
Could've
day or
tried 6
hour.
with the Switch version, but
I never
Fuck
fucking
that.
like
Fuck
when
you,
you
Todd.
when they do that shit.
Todd the Rod God.
Fuck you, Tom.
dickhead.
Frogs disseminating other frogs for friends gives $5.
Especially if it's like the only time of the game that fucking does that.
Yahtzee will wear a green hat is predicting Yahtzee will wear an elf hat. Yahtzee should wear a Santa hat instead. Ooh, or I could just not wear a hat, so you could enjoy this lovely haircut I got over the weekend.
I didn't know she
Incredible.
got a haircut. Look at you.
You look short.
Yes, I know. I look professional.
And also balding.
Extended
Yes.
pause.
Sorry, I thought I'd accidentally muted my headset or something when I put
His
my headset in.
haircut's so
No,
good.
that was just the silence of eternity cutting
I
through.
think one time Darkwaza had to wait like 10-20 minutes for
Anyway,
something to happen. I think Penny in the Dark.
$776 says donation to Jamate's Skyrim deficit. For the topic, my personal favorite jank is.
I mean, that's a
awkward
complete-
animation
that's
in
like a
old
time
JRPGs,
limit
like
thing.
Tales of Symphonia.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same thing though. I think it's more like a time limit.
Clipping.
Like you have to wait
Yeah.
20 like 20 minutes for like
listen, we only have handful
a certain amount of enemies
for
to be
this
dead and
thing,
shit,
for
and
this
just
game,
wait,
and we just gotta use what we
wait
gotta
until
use.
you
Yeah.
see how long you last and shit. That's completely
I'm
different.
just going to attempt to foil Eric's filter.
I'm speaking like when the game knows the day and hour that you're playing, then it takes advantage of that shit. Just makes you
Santa.
have to fucking
If you become a
be
pirate,
on the game
if
at a
Yahtzee
certain
becomes a
at a
pirate
specific
ninja,
time and
you
day.
can foil.
It's the eyes. It's the eyes that set it off.
That's the stuff that I don't get. That I don't really like when games
sorry.
implement.
Jacob Kitty gives $2 and says Jamate needs another dog named.
What you're
Narrative
saying is
Dissonance.
what
No,
you're
he needs 3 dogs,
implementing.
one
What
called
you're
Ludo,
saying
one
there's
called
probably
Narrative,
like a
one called
time
Dissonance.
limit. That's something completely
That
different.
needs the awkward scenario where 2 of them die first, and then you're left with a dog called Dissonance, and everyone's like, "Wow, you must really like Castlevania games."
Then you get 2 more
Come here,
notes in
Dissonance.
harmony and of.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and then Dissonance and Harmony die, and everyone's asking why you got a game called Of.
Yeah.
Oh,
Then you got to buy 2 more dogs called Symphony and Night.
And the.
Yeah,
Yeah,
And
great.
then Symphony and Of die, and everyone's saying, "Oh,
yeah,
you must
great.
really
Yeah,
like
just all the
Cyberpunk
fucking
games," and
Pokemon a way of making
process
fucking
editing
games.
is
Just make 2 of them at the same fucking time.
Reinvent myself through dog
Or
ownership.
Alexander
Mega Man
Buckingham
Battle
says,
Network.
"In
I think
Dev
yeah, those
Diary,
games
you
also
said
did
to
that
make
shit
sequels to
too.
expand world and characters. What is your rule on prequels, and when should
In
reboots and
one
remakes
of
be
the
allowed?
Zelda games as well.
Look, if there's a story that can make a prequel, then whatever, but there very rarely is. Because one bit of writing advice I was once given was, are you telling us the most interesting thing that has ever happened to the main character? And if not, why aren't you telling us that? And
I think
if
another
you've
thing
already
did
done that, then
DLC,
the prequel is
where you
obviously
have to
gonna be
have your
a less
clock on the
interesting
system
story
to
in the
certain
life of
time
this
to unlock
character. And so
something.
often the prequels, the whole story is just the stuff that led up to the interesting story, like fucking Rogue One. And why would anyone care? I ask you.
But we got that
Godfather
sweet
Part
shot
2
of.
was cool.
Yeah.
Of Dark Vader at the end of the movie. Yeah.
Coming out of that hallway.
We got that sweet shot of Vader.
Yeah, we got at least we got that.
Yeah,
That was
that's
pretty
about
cool.
it.
There you go.
I mean, you know, if you took away the context of the fact that it's leading up to Star Wars: A New Hope, what would you take away from that? You're like, hey, why did you just stop? Just it was getting good.
I hate prequels that pander, and if you're gonna do one that doesn't pander and just tells a unique story, you might as well just write a new story that doesn't have to connect
Right.
to something.
And I think I've said before, a good sequel sees the original as something to jump off from, to explore new worlds, and a bad sequel is just wallowing in the original, or just repeating it.
Agreed.
Wait.
Anyway, Dr. Theo gives $5 and says, remember Surgeon Simulator? That's probably my favourite jank on purpose game back in the day. Surprisingly amazing
guess.
soundtrack too.
Then also
I do
Happy
remember
Wheels.
that.
I think, yeah, recently I saw
remember
PewDiePie
the
doing another
soundtrack.
video on Happy Wheels, and that's another janky game.
Surgeon
just
Simulator,
remember-
I know it's got ported to VR, but VR seems
But
like
I
a
don't
realm
care,
filled
son.
with jank, right? Just
seems-
based on, it's like the
Still-
equivalent of
still
early
fucking love
3D
that
games
joke.
where it's like, we're learning what we're doing, we're building the railroad tracks in front of us as we go.
I feel like Surgeon Simulator probably get a lot easier in VR because like the premise of the original was that you were trying to manipulate your hands with like really awkward mouse controls,
Yeah.
and if you had like one-to-one hand movement with your fucking Valve Index grippy controllers, then surely it would get easy peasy.
Jay, was it you who in old videos you were writing things on the whiteboards in Half-Life Alyx?
Oh, I certainly was doing that.
My Half-Life Alyx video, which I might remake, is one of my favorite things because in the video I'm doing diagrams of game dev stuff on the whiteboard and I play the piano in the video to the music in the back of the video.
Yeah.
I loved making that video. It was so much fun.
That's cool. That's not janky, that's just cool.
Yeah.
Wojtek gives $5. That I do know how to pronounce now.
Great pair.
Morning, lads. Just finished watching your bucket hunt. Skyrim always felt like one of the few
Oh,
cases
right, yeah.
where the jank added to the game experience.
They're talking about
Well,
the
I certainly
competition that they're
remember
doing,
that
where
old
they're trying
bit
to
where
get
old
as many
lady
items
sort of
in
sank into the ground
Skyrim.
as she was going up a flight of stairs. More than I remember anything that happened in the plot of Skyrim.
Well, and Skyrim as a whole is an interesting case study for, Yahtzee, you mentioned having the PS3 version. The PS3 version famously was I think, transcended jank to become a little bit broken, and Bethesda either took a very long time to fix it, or possibly just never fixed it on PS3. So I feel like certain, and also things.
Yeah, from my understanding, mostly just
Unity. Like I played it on
the completion its old ass video on Skyrim.
Xbox One.
The
I
older
think,
versions of
for review.
Skyrim on like
And I didn't
PS3
really have any
and
bugs, whereas
Xbox 360 are very
PC seem
fucking
to just have
buggy.
a fucking bevy of bugs.
So even after I switched to the console version, I remember falling through the floor at least once. I think I've fallen through the floor at least once in every Assassin's Creed game, thinking about it.
Not an Assassin's Creed game unless you
Fall to the
fucking
floor?
fall to the center of the earth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Just looking up
That did happen to me a
fruitlessly
lot
as
in
you watch the
Arkham Knight.
terrain.
That how much I
Away
remember.
into the sky.
But Assassin's
Yeah.
Creed, probably not.
Halkengard gives $10 and says, how do you guys think you'll feel when Gen AI inevitably gets used for real-time NPC dialogue stroke decision making? Might be
Yeah.
cool in Dwarf Fortress or Rimworld, but also soulless, probably. I suspect there's going to be a whole new dimension of jank coming out of that.
I've seen it in motion. A lot of the students at the uni I used to teach at were using systems to be able to do that because they couldn't afford voice actors because they're poor ass students.
Yeah.
It was
Right.
jank, but you can see that it could get to a point where it's kind of only slightly noticeable in key moments where it could be a little bit jank. I don't think this should be something we should do. I think we should be paying voice actors and
Actors.
artists to do these things, but it's definitely going to be possible in the next few years, I think.
Well, AI is always going to be limited. I was watching that Tom
Yep.
Scott video about
Companies
the
are always
things
going to try
AIs
to
will
find the
never
cheapest
understand.
way on
Like,
things.
if I were to, his example was that if you say the phrase, I put the trophy in the suitcase to protect it from getting damaged, what is the it in that sentence referring to?
Yeah.
That an AI would not know, because it would need to know all sorts of background shit, like what is a suitcase and what is it primarily used for.
Right.
Frogs
What the fuck is that face?
Frogs disseminating other frogs for friends gives $2 and says, also jank bad game. Unknown 9 was wildly awful.
That was a recent one. That was one of those games
Yes,
that just
that's the one that
suddenly
just-
born into existence, and I'd never played it.
Yeah, I remember that. That just appeared out of nowhere. Nobody played it, and then it disappeared again. But it had surprisingly like
Never
good
even heard of it.
pedigree. But it had like a pedigree, didn't it?
Pedigree?
Yeah, I mean, it was published by Bandai Namco. Like,
Yeah, it's. I mean, there's a lot of like effort that seems to have gone into it. I'm looking at the developer. Oh no other games listed.
Of
Never mind
course.
I don't
then.
know if they were like a studio that came from, like, they worked together on X.
Well, there was like a famous actor in it.
Yeah, it might have been that.
Hang on.
Yeah, it seems like there's some of those when like a AA game really tries to be AAA. I feel like that's when we get again that blurred line between jank and bugs, where it's like a reach.
Yeah. Makes me think of Flintlock: The Siege of Dawn.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I know that
even
one.
like Immortals of Avium last year.
Oh, it stars that lady who played Yennefer in the Witcher TV series.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's right.
interesting.
Yeah, I clicked on that screenshot on the Steam page, and I was like, why does she look familiar?
Yeah,
There you go.
that lady.
Well, which one?
Gives 20 Danish kroner and
I don't
says,
know
"Is
if
Baldur's
in
Gate- is
like
Baldur's Gate
the
3
Netflix
janky?
series,
Has ton
Jennifer
of
was
fun
played by two
exploits,
actresses, or it's just like
battlemancy."
one
Yeah,
actor,
I think
one
kinda
actress
what
had
Jay
like
said,
a lot
where
of
it's
fucking
in
makeup
trying
during
to
the beginning.
replicate the very freeform nature of an actual D&D game, where you can make something happen if you're persuasive enough, and if you have a DM who's open to that kind of stuff, and if the rolls go the right way. And it's one thing for that to happen in your imagination or on a little game board, and then it's another thing to see it happen in a game.
Yeah. And then you're not mad about it, right? If something does go wrong and there is jank and the game breaks, you're just like, well, I was trying something kind of dumb and stupid, like I kind of forgive that, and you move on. Or you try again in a different way.
Tsunami Dusha pulls his signature move. I think at this point we'd be more annoyed if he did write anything.
We need every tool in the toolkit. We need it now. We need.
Shut up. That's
$20, no comment.
Or maybe saving it all up and just like writing a little novella for us at the end of the year
Oh.
to have to read.
He'd ruin his mystique.
Classic douche.
Doran Grossman Naples gives $2 and says, I tend to think of jank in terms of mechanics.
I think
No further elaboration.
no, but I think it's mechanics over aesthetic.
Oh, sorry. He elaborates in his next super chat, where he gives $10 and says, "E.g., Dark Souls has tons of weird, unexplained mechanics like miracle resonance and grave lording that actually enhance the atmosphere and serve as foundation for a sort of community mythology."
I think that's jank,
be right.
though. Like,
Yeah,
that's just a mechanic that's hidden. I do agree that, as we said earlier, I think jank comes from interactions between either the player or systems having friction and that causing an unintended outcome.
Yeah.
That's where it stems from. So in a way, yeah, mechanics.
And between those, Ryan Betts gives $5 and says, "Can we think of a term more condemnatory? I don't think that's a real word. Than buggy for cases where a money printing franchise like Pokemon releases a mess like Pokemon Scarlet."
I don't know. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet just became the best-selling generation of Pokemon ever,
I just checked some.
surpassing Green, Blue, and
Well, as we learned in recent certain political elections, the general public are just dumb.
they just don't
They
care.
don't know what they want or what they're
Makes
going to
sense.
get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just wait
They-
till next time, though. Man, those pocket monsters, they're gonna be looking nice.
They get what they deserve. The audience gets what they deserve.
You get points.
Always. Alex Armstrong comes back with $2 and says, "Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom utilize jank in inventive and crazy ways."
Yeah.
Yes.
I feel like that is
indeed.
weaponizing jank. Yeah.
Or harnessing.
If you can't beat them, jank them.
What would be
Jank
a
'em.
game that weaponizes jank? The Half-Life 2 gravity gun?
Ooh. That's good. Yeah, literal weaponizing jank. Yeah.
There you go.
We,
Weaponizing
you know what we should
certainly.
do? We should get ourselves in a good old-fashioned jank off. We should
What?
start. We should start having a jank
Yeah.
off.
You know,
Yeah, but just make sure you put that on OnlyFans though, because YouTube ain't gonna allow that.
Yeah.
Get in a call.
Hands.
Maybe
Yeah.
before the holidays, we do it nice.
Yeah.
We figure we jank off.
Yes,
Christmas
get our hands
jank.
nice and warm. Get our hands nice
What are
and
you
warm.
guys talking about? I'm talking about a little tournament to figure out what the most janky game is.
And,
We should do a
last one-
Jank Battle Masters episode. So who can
Yes.
find the jankest?
Yes.
Who can jank
We're
the
gonna
most?
jank out the most.
Passing out.
And the last one
Yeah,
to
I did.
finish has to eat the biscuit.
Oh no, that's something else.
Last Demosas gives 50 somethings and says Warframe coptering stroke bullet jump is jank done right.
Yeah, it seems like movement. A lot of interesting movement techs and strats have come from.
Yeah.
Come from.
Like original Quake is full of that, the speedrunning
Yeah.
community. You can get like a speed boost if like an enemy shoots you as you run away from them.
Just
And that's how someone beat E2M1 in like 4 seconds or something ridiculous like that.
4 seconds.
Hjorth87 gives 20 Danish kroner and says Minotaur in a porcelain store was free and janky. I think I remember that.
What? That
I
sounds
like the
great.
name of the game.
Yeah, where you played a Minotaur in a china shop.
Sure.
And you had
A
to
Minotaur.
keep your business afloat without getting too angry.
Oh, that's tough. Probably gonna knock shit over. Oh, this is not what I thought the game would look like. This is from a long time ago.
Probably.
Yeah.
Peter gives 4.99 and says, in love with Stalker 2, most atmospheric and beautiful game I've played in a while. Also, thanks for your glowing recommendation of Silent Hill 2. So good.
Is that sarcastic?
I'm looking to play more Stalker 2 today, I think.
You can be stalking?
He's stalking someone?
There's something that is jank already. It's probably the fucking voice acting and the range of accents on display. Where's the main character from? I don't know. It's like where he's from moves 200 miles for every line he says.
Yeah, he traveled a lot as a kid.
Presumably.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Hawkeye Goth gives 100 Swedish krona and says Dragon Age Origins can be pretty janky since it tried to translate real-time with pause combat from old CRPG into 3D. Also fucking memory leaks, making me tear my beard out trying to make it work.
Memory
See,
leaks?
the endearing bit of jank that always struck me in Dragon Age was after you just killed something and you'd be just completely splattered in blood. And then you go into a conversation and everyone's just doing the old BioWare face, completely placid, like shot reverse shot, while you're completely splattered in blood.
Just covered in gore and viscera.
Yeah. Sovereign gives €5 and says, not sure if it counts as jank, but Marty and his horse ragdolling down a mountain in today's Battle Masters certainly had me laughing.
Yeah, that's just classic Skyrim nonsense.
Shout out to, shout out to Jesse. I think that was the funniest Battle Masters episode I've watched. Yeah, it was incredibly well edited.
Yes, if you haven't watched it yet, don't miss out, because I do think this is the best one. I think we're finding our feet.
Agreed.
And unfortunately, it was recorded before the Amnesia episode, so
Yes.
I don't know what that means for if we're getting any better. So, yeah.
It was also
Check it
tough
out.
because each obviously due to the challenge, each run was an hour, and so
Yeah, that needed a lot of trimming.
fucking footage.
Yeah, it needed a lot of editing probably.
35-minute video or whatever.
That each person that's
But
like
if you are
a
on the
4 hour
Patreon, and
of
why aren't you? You must be.
a video
And we usually
for
put out
each contestant. There was like
everyone's complete runs
probably
for
6 of them,
every four. All the Patreon
or,
subscribers to
8. No,
enjoy.
yeah, I think there was like 8 of them. So that's like full
The sheer
8
weight
hours of
shit that
fucking
we just
footage you have to
edited
go
out
through.
means
This.
you missed out on a lot of funny lines from me in my run. I was trying hard. I was doing my best because I knew they were going to edit down to the highlights.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one. I think I actually want
watch
to watch everyone's runs.
Yazzie's bucket improv sesh
Yes.
for a straight
Improv.
hour.
Basically. Super Afro gives £5 and says, do you think there's a correlation between jank and games that have a dedicated speedrunning community? They often find a lot of fun exploits. As I said, I think it's just really popular games that get the big speedrun communities. But yeah, you can cause a lot of excitement by finding a new glitch.
Yeah, you see when suddenly like the world record time goes down like an hour. It's because someone
Yeah.
found something after years and years and years. Which
Did you know, like, did you know,
Yes,
like,
that can
one of the
happen.
like speedrunning categories I've seen is like 0%, where you try to achieve as little as possible in the game before getting to the ending. And did you know, like
Like
the
a percentage
speedrun
thing?
for getting the lowest completion percent in Zelda Twilight Princess is like 60 hours long? And the reason for that is
Ugh.
someone discovered that if you get something out of a chest and get to the screen where it shows Link staring at the thing he's just found in the chest, Link, during that sequence, moves backwards very, 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 very slowly. Like a pixel like every hour or something.
yeah,
And
Wait,
if you
what?
leave him to do that for a while in certain places, you can get him to clip through a barrier to get to like clip to the next part of the game without completing that part.
why does it know
huh.
how someone finds that out? Like
Interesting.
literally, how is that discovered?
Well,
How is
they
They
found
must have
that-
just made him AFK.
they found it out as you'd expect. Like someone got to that
That's
screen
testing.
and just by chance had to go off and have lunch.
Yeah,
or something.
there is the fucker just
And when they
moving
came back,
backwards.
Link had disappeared through a wall.
Backing up a little bit. Stupid Link.
That's
That's one of the
interesting.
interesting things I know from watching speedrun like summary videos. I don't actually watch the speedruns themselves much because they kind of get dull for me. But I love watching videos that explain how the speedruns work. There's a lot you miss just watching people do
Link,
it.
why does nobody save you in any game other than me?
There's
So
tons of all
don't
these
blame me.
arcane button combos they have to do to get this. To
Why
get
nobody
the
wants to
bunny hopping
fucking do
work.
the job, I guess.
Anyway,
It's like a
Polish
fucking
name I
janitor,
can't
nobody wants to
pronounce.
fucking
Again,
do it.
Marty, if you would.
Besides the one guy that knows how to do it properly.
No, I
Thank
fucked it
you.
up. That Viepshovi. Crushed it that time.
Shove it. Okay, gives 10 Polish zlotys. Says, I am once again asking Yards to try Felvidek. No, I'm playing Stalker 2 this week. Piss off.
I do not get Felvidek. I played through it in its entirety, and it's a game that has a handful of extremely passionate fans, and I'm just like, it's my little Sebastian. I'm like, I don't understand. I don't get it.
Still not even sure what it is, to be honest with you.
It's Eastern European top-down RPG.
Ah, okay. Slav Jank.
Lopjank. There you go.
Ryan Betts gives $5. Says, Daryl Talks Games has a video essay about IRL Jank.
Yeah, I have no idea which Zelda game I was gonna be doing for the first time because I don't think I own a single fucking Zelda game.
Yeah,
like
that
at
is
all.
true. Hey, knock on wood. We haven't entered that universe yet this episode. I hope that doesn't jinx us. No.
Hey, Jermaine.
No.
You know what I miss?
I've only played a little bit of Link to the
Wagon
Past with
wheels.
an emulator. That's about
Dude,
it.
yo, wagon wheels. Can we get those at the British import shop?
Well, I haven't seen them, but if you need something that approximates wagon wheels, then you can try moon pies.
Moon.
Which
I've
have
seen
all
those
the-
in the store, but they're not not the same.
No, they have the elements of a wagon wheel, but they're much fatter.
Nope.
Much fatter biscuits and much fatter marshmallows.
All right, this is a strange
Bigger
question.
the
How
better,
did you
I
eat
guess.
your wagon wheels? Because I always like nibbled the chocolate off the edges and then like separated them.
Well, obviously, yeah. I treated it like an Oreo.
Yes.
I would nibble off the top and peel off the marshmallow disc and eat it by itself.
Yes.
The
Hell
marshmallow
yeah.
and although you had to watch out for that in with your jammy wagon wheels because sometimes the jam would cause the marshmallow to tear and you'd be left
Yep.
with a jammy stain on the bottom biscuit.
And you don't want that. Yeah.
No.
No one wants
It
to
looked
do
like
that.
it looked like your bottom biscuit was having its period.
Not my bottom biscuit.
No. Oh no.
I would
something's
recommend
coming out
either
of my
Ocarina of
bottom
Time or
biscuit.
Wind Waker.
Mommy.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I'll probably
Fucking Ryan
if I
Betts, this is all
had to
your
go
fault.
for one. I'll probably go for Wind Waker just because of the
stayed in one dimension.
the character designs that
Michael White
interest
is $1.
interest me a little bit
Thanks for
more
changing the
compared to like
subject
the
matter,
more
White,
realistic,
even though you didn't say anything.
quote unquote realistic
And
look.
Fungus Finder gives $2 and says, so art can't be jank, but can story be jank? Yeah, I'd say my example of the ludonarrative dissonance in Possessor Map games feels like a bit of jank on the storytelling side of things.
Yeah, like
treats.
writing can't be jank, right?
You can have a janky tone. That's the Possessor Map thing.
Sure. Yeah, like Wanted Dead has a very janky tone of going from one scene to another, and it's like, why am I suddenly doing karaoke after that mission? And oh, this is lasting an entire song. So this is.
I think
Expected it.
like poorly translated games to have that essence of have that feel of being
Yeah.
jankily written.
I've been watching like 80s anime OVAs recently, and they have some like just incredibly terrible.
Where the dubbing voice actors have to talk very fast to get everything into the original Japanese
Yeah, and
line.
it just doesn't seem like there was any context given to moments, and so there's reactions that just do
Right,
not
there's
make
that,
sense
but
to a
I
certain.
don't know. I find
to a certain
the
occasion.
old anime like very charming to look, just because how just seem like the old drawings and shit.
Cruelty Squad's janky visuals.
Yeah, I
wouldn't
really
have
like
said
how
Doki
old
Doki
anime
have janky
looked.
visuals, unless you count the bits where it pretends like the game's bugging out.
Yeah,
but that's
yeah.
you know
Purposeful.
And nowadays
choice,
anime looks a little
intentional.
too clean.
And Cruelty Squad, that's just well, it's all jank all the time, I suppose.
Oh,
Again,
no,
deliberately.
back then when
Yeah,
the
deliberately
lines were
going for a
like
tone.
not, they were
So maybe
like
that's an
way
example.
more
Maybe there's
wobbly and
deliberate
shit.
visual jank.
Like it was actually hand drawn
I don't know.
well, on a piece of
I
paper.
don't know, does it count if it's all jank, like in Cruelty Squad?
Yeah, if you can't spot anything past the jank, then it's not jank.
Yeah.
Like jank needs a point of comparison.
It's jank all the way down.
Yeah.
Halberda84 gives £2 and says Mario 64 amazing. The camera janky as fudge. Well, they were pioneering. What do you want?
They were, yeah.
Yeah. And
I've seen Crafty streaming
you
Wind
know,
Waker
it
not
ended up
doing
being
it,
the
so-
blueprint for cameras, even by Nintendo, to make better
Yeah.
cameras, going into Ocarina of Time, and then obviously once a dual analog stick came along.
It's
more freedom.
crazy to think that like a lot of players don't know or forget that the Mario 64 controller was literally designed the way it was to play that game.
Yeah.
It's crazy. Like you would never hear of something like that nowadays, and it's because they were pioneering something that had never been done before. It's crazy. Mario 64, even though it does have an incredible amount of jank, plays as well as it does. Like it's nuts.
Right, because the analog stick, which is very different compared to most analog sticks nowadays.
Gives 100 Polish zlotys and says, you know what? Here you go for that spot-on pronunciation. Lol.
I'm gonna tell my mom. She's gonna be so proud of me. She's gonna be so
Almost
proud
like you're
of me.
Polish or something. It's
She's gonna be
weird.
so proud of me.
Crazy.
And then I'm gonna play it back, that pronunciation, and she's gonna be so ashamed of me. She's gonna be like, "This is terrible. How could you?
You've insulted our
You
country.
butchered your grandparents' language."
You fucker.
I mean, I kind of guessed that the first word was pronounced card check,
Card check.
but,
Yeah.
I'm never sure what to do with the WYs.
The PRZ is psh, I believe, so it's a V. Pshovi.
Jovi.
Cool. Yeah, Pshovi. Yeah.
Language is awesome.
Who's that
It's cool.
horror artist whose name I had to learn to pronounce while I was...
Zaroslav Paczynski. Paczynski.
yeah. Well, yeah, that-
Bekinss.
yes, that one.
That
What's
way.
his first
Yeah.
name again?
Zwaroslav, I believe.
Yeah, that was it.
Yeah, it's got like a Z, some D's, a couple tubs in there.
Bitch. Out of it.
Sasigeru 2000 gives €5 and says, do you think normal game design of old can be reclassified as jank in
Mais
the
ik
present?
op like
I
a
recently
door.
tried to get back into
Like a
Fallout
third
2,
again?
and I just can't.
I actually grew up with a lot of
I think so.
Mario
I
64.
think, yeah.
Not the
old
original
games
version.
can
I grew up
feel
with the
jank,
DS
we're
version.
used to a lot of things. Like if you go back and play like the original Resident Evil 4 on GameCube, the controls for looking around are kind of shit. You can only look
I think
immediately to your left or immediately to your right.
Yeah, I think there's a
I have
distinction
never,
between
I have
jank
never
and
played the
something
original
being
version of the
clunky.
game though.
Mario 64 is clunky.
Yeah,
Resident Evil on the GameCube
I have plans
is
on doing
clunky.
this
Like,
DS version
you
at
don't
some
quite
point.
have this one-to-one that they didn't
But
really
only
have
after I
the
get
movement down, or like the game
after I get the
feel
better
of making
PC,
something
because so
feel
that I
heavy,
can
they didn't
actually
have it
stream
down. So
the game
instead
at
of
60
feeling
FPS.
like you're moving a character and a body through game field, you just feel restricted, like it's not quite doing what you intend it to do. So I think there's a distinction between jank and clunk.
Okay, jank and clunk. Everyone note that down for the glossary.
Those sound like two of the shittiest like Batman henchmen.
Jank and
Oh
clunk.
no, it's the Bat!
Mobman43 gives
I really
$1
got
and says, any of you read that
120
IGN article about
stars
AAA
with
collapse?
GameCube controller.
No, but if it
cool.
was making the grand revelation that the AAA industry is in the process of collapsing, then I don't think that would be news to any of us.
I did not.
I mean, nowadays you can use pretty much any fucking
No,
controller to play the game.
I don't know how to read.
Yella gives £5 and says, Jabate has enough Skyrims to get dogs called Fuss, Row, and Da.
Ah!
Straight up.
Then they'd fucking
Yeah.
fall to the geometry of your apartment. Just a dog basement.
Yeah, man, fuck Skyrim.
But then Fuss and Row die, and then everyone's like, wow, you must really like Morse code.
Or Fuss and Dar die, and they're like,
I'm
oh,
gonna
you really
fucking
like
put these
fish eggs?
assholes to extinction
Or
with how many
obscure
fucking
adventures
kills I
like
still
Kalkys.
need.
Ah. Jules Rowe gives €2 and says, good jank for me, early Drakengard or Ego Draconis. You really
Draconis,
you like
what the fuck is that?
someone very fond of dragon adjacent jank, it seems.
Wait, is Ego Draconis? I googled it and it's just Divinity 2?
Okay.
Oh, it was
Why don't you
subtitled Ego Draconis.
Well, why didn't you say Divinity 2 then, Jules Rowe? Then we would have known what you were on about.
Fucking hell.
And Drakengard is pre.
You pretentious
pre-Nier.
prick.
Drakengard
Yeah, I remember.
2 and 3 are prequels to Nier.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. 3 especially.
What was that?
Wait.
What was that game where you play like a lady with her tits out who rode a dragon all over the place?
Tomb Raider. Oh shit, sorry.
No, that's the
Lair?
other thing. No,
Some games are
it
good
was
using
something
a keyboard and
I thought it
mouse,
was
others are
Dragon
better off
Guard,
with controller.
apparently
Mario
not.
games are definitely better with
like
controller, in
dudes
my
and
opinion, yeah.
Dragon
I think it might have
It
just
really
been
depends on
called
a game
Drakan.
though. Like for
Like-
example, FPS are definitely better with keyboard and mouse.
There is
Ah,
a
A good example of this is
Order of the
Dead by
Flame, and
Daylight.
I've already clicked on it, which means
Playing
I
as a
believe you
survivor
brought this
is
up
better
on
with
podcast before. That's
with a
so
controller, but then
several
playing as the
years
killer
ago.
is better
You
with
said the
keyboard
phrase,
and
"What's
mouse.
the
Yeah.
game with the dragon and the tits?"
Yeah, and then I think he's gotten himself to Draken, and then I've googled it and been like, yeah, that's the game. It's
For some reason, I remember that game very clearly, and there's only one reason why I remember it. There's only one moment I
Tits.
remember from it, was that you had a button for summoning your dragon, and you had the ability to press it while standing right in front of him. And if you did that, he'd get kind of testy at you. He'd be like, "I'm standing right here."
Sick, I like that. Rather than just like rebooting the animation and making him disappear. That's great.
That team, Surreal Software, only developed 5 games. 2 of them were Draken games. One was the Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, based on the books, which has like a very large boss fight against Tom Bombadil, I think. And then
Boss
2
fight.
Suffering
Okay.
games. Remember the Sufferings?
Oh, those were good.
Horror games? Yeah, those are pretty neat. Yeah.
Man. Yet another small studio overreached and ended up dying for it.
Rip,
Fucking Jank Lords.
Jack and Rips.
Foxteague is $5 and says, "Swamped at work today, but here's $5 to say no game is as janky as this stupid accounting software."
Straight up.
Commiserations, Foxteague.
Also, fucking, I was finishing off Design Delve today because this video's been cursed, and Premiere deleted all of the audio from my first audio track in an episode focused on audio, and I've had to go through and individually put every clip's audio back in and balance it. I hate Premiere. Anybody knows of a good alternative that can also do After Effects type stuff, hit me up, because fuck that company.
Is Premiere
Okay.
the
Maybe
jankiest
DaVinci?
program you have to use on
I
a
don't
weekly
know.
basis?
I don't really do After
Or
Effects
After
shit.
Effects or Photoshop. Anything by Adobe, they suck.
Yeah. Why don't they fuck off and go be part of a wall somewhere?
That was a good Adobe joke. That was a real good. That was good Pueblo.
Well, on the subject of stopping pissing about and getting back to work, that's
right.
the end of the super chats. So thanks for listening to the Windbreakers podcast, in which I am Yahtzee Crowshaw, and that's Jay and that's Marty.
We're here. And now we're going.
But stick around on Second Wind if you haven't watched today's Battle Masters. Battle Masters being the
Which I
rare
did see.
treat video we put out now and again. Then check it out because it's good.
This one's really
I
good.
should,
Oh, yeah.
and I should know because I'm in it.
We all are.
Yes, we
And
all
you
are in
lost.
it. There you go. That just shows how good it is. If you like my stuff specifically, then once you're done watching that, then look forward to Fully Ramblematic on Wednesday, which will be on the subject of Mario and Luigi Brothership. And also order the Blu-ray, as Eric reminds us deftly there. And I've also got my Yahtzee Try stream on Wednesday afternoon, where I will play some indie
Right.
games, yet to be determined.
And then the highlights
And
later.
of course, there will be the Yahtzee
What?
Tries
That was the Mario thing.
going out on Sunday.
Is it
where
because he's
Jesse
playing
does a
a
very good job
Brothership
putting
later?
together the fun clips
Yeah, I
from
think
the
he
streams,
mentioned that.
and I do little mini reviews.
It'll probably
That's
go
all
on
my stuff
Sunday.
this week.
But it's possible the American holiday in the back half of the week might.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
But it'll still probably.
bloody
Thanksgiving.
Thanksgiving. I think we should just not do Thanksgiving because nobody's thankful for bloody anything anymore.
I like
Can
a
we
day
do
off.
one?
The problems that we are solving in security
Yeah. Shut up. Why is this one no longer fucking ad? God damn. Shut up. Okay, I decided. First thing I'm gonna fucking buy when I get
first one.
my first play
Alright,
Yeah, we
fine.
get
is
one
getting
next
fucking
year.
YouTube
This is
Premium,
the last
because this
Thanksgiving.
shit's
I'm
getting
gonna
really
do this
fucking
Thanksgiving 'cause
annoying.
This is the last one.
I
Yeah.
can have one Thanksgiving as a treat. What else have we
Okay.
got to plug?
Jay, what do you got going on?
Streams. I think this week we're going to be starting our Twitch shenanigans.
And I think Undertale's also better on keyboard as well.
Going to be a lot more kind of casual, kind of funky
guess.
streams happening on Twitch
I don't know.
only. So
Maybe the analog stick might be
follow
better
us
for
over
like the
there.
stuff
And
where you have to like
also,
avoid getting
I
hit
also
or whatever.
have a design
I don't know.
out this Friday, which is on the best multiplayer stealth horror game you're not playing. So come and check that out. It's just a positive video. You know, been on a bit of a negative streak, so gonna be gushing about something I enjoy. And yeah, just stick about. And more Adventurers Night on Saturday. Always check that out.
Nice.
A wonderful show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Later today, 6 p.m. Central. Hidden Gems crew is gonna be playing Beastie Balls, which is apparently volleyball Pokemon.
Ooh. Oh,
Beastie
I was going
Balls.
to guess that it involves doing serious groinal harm to the Beastie Boys.
Oh no. Not the Beastie Boys. They've endured so much. Let them enjoy their final Thanksgiving ever with the rest of us.
Okay. Well, I guess they have fought for their right to party.
They really have. Tomorrow, Rewind is back at regular time. We'll be chatting about, we've been chatting about some big movies at the box office. They don't matter because we watched Hot Frosty. We'll be chatting about Hot Frosty. #1 movie on Netflix is Hot Frosty, and it's about a woman who puts a scarf on a snowman, and let me tell you, he becomes a hot dude. Oh,
Jack
shenanigans
Frost.
ensue.
That's supposed to be a parody of Jack Frost or some shit.
I just remembered.
Fucking roasted.
I remember one as well. Speaking of movies that usually aren't very good, in what is it, an hour and a half, we have our Patreon movie night, correct?
Yeah, so patrons at the Phoenix tier. Eric said 30 minutes, but Eric doesn't know how time works. It's in an hour 30 minutes at 3 p.m. Central. I'm sorry I said
They don't know. They probably don't know how to use hammer time or some shit.
Yeah, 3 p.m. Central. We'll be watching a movie called The Last Dragon, which is a Motown produced kung fu movie. 'Cause nothing goes quite together like Motown and kung fu.
And that'll be with our top tier patrons who will be hanging out in a stream together, watching it, spoofing and goofing. It's always a great time. So.
Man, I'm really misremembering my dragon things today, because I thought The Last Dragon was that film with Sean Connery playing a dragon.
Dragonheart.
Right.
You know what? Stick to Draken. You only care about dragons with big tits. If we don't got big tits, you don't even care.
Boy, wow. Where's this coming from?
I don't know. It's just sometimes.
Where's this discrimination against dragons?
Now I know why all you Brits do it. It's very fun.
But which T is hard?
You know what? I might start saying the C word.
What?
Do it. It's a great word.
I'm not going to.
Do
It's
it.
scary. I'm not going to say that one.
Say it.
Too scary.
No.
Not
Do
gonna
it.
Say that one. And then,
Say it.
yeah, we
Say
should
the
have
C
normal
word.
Wednesday streams, Yahtzee tries. Maybe not. We're going to do something in the Firelink slot. Casey might not be here this week, and it's been a slow
You're not a
news week, so
true
maybe
Brit
we'll
if you
just
don't.
stream
You're not a
something
true Brit or
there.
Australian if you don't say the C
no
word.
Thursday streams this week because of the holiday. But we'll be back next week. Promise.
Yeah,
Let's see.
because we're
I did
slackers.
2 runs on keyboard. The first was
One
Luke.
last
I got
super
this
chat,
game
came in
in
the last minute there.
January 2022, my freshman year.
Skill issue.
Didn't have much struggles with run 2 with Genocide. I did it
think
my
that was in
sophomore
relation
year. Then I had struggles
have
until
no idea.
Undyne later on Sands. Right, that makes sense. Yeah, those fights are
signing
are
off
pretty
on a
fucking tough.
podcast. I'm very bad at it.
I like it.
So I started like 3 minutes ago.
Get they throw you a
Right,
lot of
guess
shit.
we'll see you all next time. Bye.
Bye, everyone.
And I guess you didn't end up doing the pacifist ending with the Wowie at the end, I guess. Right, and with that one, now let's get some animated news.
Most everyone's mad here.
So my tutor seems to beat them. The best was when I got a new computer. Oh, okay.
And bees and gentlemen,
Right, but didn't you have to do? Yeah, but you lost all your old saves though, right? Because you added a new PC. Because I'm pretty sure you can't, bring a different save file.
A little while, and especially with the fact that last week I went on vacation, and a very well-timed vacation as well, or at least it fell into place like that. Considering that since the last episode, so far the month of November has been absolutely insane. I wouldn't even say crazy, like the kind of crazy that we regularly present here on this podcast, but
I was crazy
the
once.
kind of insanity that it could be a lot for many people. In fact, it could be too much. down to the point where I understand that the future can be frightening, especially with the news that Donald Trump has unfortunately won the US election this year. And now he's filling his cabinet with
Sure.
very, well, not questionable, but downright criminal people. You have racists such as Stephen Miller, then anti-vaxxers like Robert Kennedy Jr., and even a full-on pedophile like Matt Gaetz. And you know that with Project
Yeah, I see that,
2025, they
that's
have
really into
intentions to go
politics.
after Americans the same way that
I have no
9/11
idea, so I don't really
impacted the
go into
country.
that.
And from there, this is why I highly recommend.
My
that at
take on
this
politics
point,
is
I
just
understand
take
the
politics of someone that
frustrations
actually
and the
knows
fears
what they're
of
talking
what
about.
may be to come. But my only advice to you for that
Because otherwise you
is
just make yourself look like a fucking
never
idiot.
give up.
That has no idea what they're
Because this is
talking
exactly
about.
what authoritarians want you to feel hopeless, to feel scared, and to do nothing about it while they get away with their inhumane crimes. The same way that the Nazis have done back in the 1930s and 40s, that literally cost millions of lives because of that.
There it goes again. Right. I can tolerate that, I might fucking say that shit, but comparing Donald Trump's fucking being president could be like Jews fucking dying in the Holocaust, like, bruh. He's not the only one that's doing that fucking comparison, and my god, that's such a fucking stretch. Holy shit.
White nationalist vision. But as long as you do not give up to fight back, then at that point, it will become better.
There's such
than
a big
how you
fucking
may
stretch
feel
comparing
like
Donald
things
Trump to
may
fucking Hitler.
come or may happen. And one way to
Yeah, last
go
time
and fight
I
that,
seen the
I
fucker when he
recommend
was
that
back
you
in
can
prison.
go
I didn't
and
see
do
no
so
Jews getting
is that
fucking
you can go
cremated
and actually
alive.
donate to non-profit organizations who will help to go and like prepare for this fight. And I do have a few that I can go and recommend to you, in which these include the American Civil Liberties Union, in which they are one of the biggest advocates in the United States for human rights, and they're already preparing for the big fight against anti-American legislations and agendas such as Project 2025. At the same time, there is also Planned Parenthood, which is one of the biggest organizations who are advocating for women's reproductive rights, and not to mention an essential tool to fight against sexual assault and pedophilia. So if you are against those things, then it's important to go and help out Planned Parenthood. And then also there is
I disagree with this opinion on Trump, but I support what everything else he's saying here.
The corruption that is happening in governments, whether they be from Democrats, from Republicans, or from major corporations. In fact, Elon Musk has been noted to be very scared of Media Matters, which is why he went and cowardly did that lawsuit of Media Matters when they called him out as an anti-Semite. So from there, this is all just an example of what you can go and do in order to go and fight against what may be to come. Now, I cannot promise you that during this fight you will succeed in all of your battles, and there will be times that it will be extremely difficult. But I can promise you that if you keep on fighting, if you never give up, then things will get better, especially to go.
Yeah, especially if you're not a fucking mom on TikTok going fucking crazy.
Osama bin Laden. Although I will say, maybe comparing Trump to bin Laden is not really fair, considering that bin Laden has been proven to be a more efficient leader than Trump. But yeah, so I just wanted to go and get my quick comment on that out of the way.
Yeah, hold on. I want to show you guys something. I think I don't know if I have it saved on here, but let's see if I can find it. Hold on. Yeah, let's see here. See if I can find the fucking thing. Heavy metal Trump or whatever, something like that. It was a meltdown or whatever. Yeah, there it is. Yeah, I've seen this fucking video like a couple of times. It's so fucking funny, of just the absolute fucking meltdowns of people just because Trump is the president. It is so good. It would be nice to fucking have with when we fucking watch it though. Okay, here we go. It is so good. Yeah, here we go.
I'm terrified. Listen to me, Republicans. Listen. You are the people in history they warned us about. They warned us about people like you. Pay attention.
That's a banger fucking song though. I fucking love that. It's so fucking funny. Just before I love this heavy metal video. Yeah, oh my god. I might know what you're talking about, yeah. I've seen Nux pulling that fucking video a couple of times and it always fucking cracks me up. It's so good.
Especially with what recently had occurred, and there's just already, like, even to this day, a lot to go and take in. So just to remind you all, keep fighting the fight. All right, so with that said, now we still got one whole episode to go through, and as we will go and continue to prepare ourselves for the fight, let's go and have a moment of craziness. So now I want to ask the chat
prepares for the
wall,
fight, said the
are you
Canadian.
ready for today's episode of Animat's Crazy Cartoon Cast? Let me hear it,
Yeah, I
folks.
get whatever.
Are
I guess you can also
ready?
you can do stuff.
Well, let's see now. All right. Yes.
But still.
Yes, I see people are prepared. That's great. All right. So, now that we see people are ready,
Another one where
it is
Karen's
now
complaining
time
in a
that
store.
we shall go and get things started. And with our first story that I have for you today, we are going to go and take a look at a trailer. Now, I know there have been a few that have passed around these past 2 weeks, but the one that I want to go and show you is actually one from a movie that we have already seen a few trailers, but considering that
Yeah,
it's
that guy
going
did
to
a fucking
be
front
in
flip.
about a month that it shall be coming out, then we might as well go and check out how this movie is going to be with one more trailer that they will have in store. One more chance to prove to us that maybe there is a lot more to this feature than what it may seem. So with that said, let's go ahead and start this off by taking a look at the final trailer.
Is it
of
Minecraft?
Mufasa,
No, like
the
it's
Lion
Mufasa.
King.
Okay. I was gonna talk about the new trailer for Minecraft or whatever.
And that is Mufasa. Okay, there we go. Yeah, we don't need extra comments from Timon and Pumbaa right
So
there.
you hear about
But
the incident
yes,
with Iron
that
Mouse?
is indeed
Are you
the
talking
final
about
trailer
the stuff
of
that happened
Mufasa,
between
the
her and
Lion
Kaisenat
King,
or some
to which will
shit?
be coming soon to theaters on December
If so, then yeah, I've heard
20th.
that.
And
It's just fucking people
one
just
thing that
bringing.
I'll just say right now that I will give this credit is
It is-
that it honestly sounds a
what do I
little
say?
bit weird, but more
That's
so
it.
than the
Fucking, it's just
previous trailers,
it is like
they
it
are
is a
selling
fucking
more
shitty
on the fact
situation.
that this
Not
is
just because
actually
because of like Kaisenat
prequel
or
to
Iron
The
Mouse. It's just the
Lion
fucking
King. Because
people that are
not
probably
only
not a
are
fan
they
of both from either
emphasizing
of them.
about,
They're just trying to
Mufasa
fucking
and
create fucking
Taka,
drama for
whom
because of
later we
some
know as
some
Scar.
bullshit.
But then we
Blech.
also see the other characters coming in and
Yeah, if they were
showing
actual-
how
if people
the other, like
doing
some
this
of
shit,
the
they're
others,
not
like
fucking
how
actual
they
fans.
would
If they were
step
actual
in
fans, they
and
wouldn't be
what
doing this in the
role do
first
they
place.
actually play
They're just fucking drama. They're just people that just want to
it's
get
more,
fucking
It
drama.
really does feel like
I don't know,
it's not just Mufasa's origin story, but it's like the origin story of the Pride Lands in general, where we are introduced
Right.
to
It happened when Adam Mouse
Sarabi.
broke the
How did
record, and
Mufasa
then it
meet
happened
her,
again when
and how did
Kaisenat
she
broke back the
become
record as well.
Mufasa's lover?
Yes.
And then there's also Zazu. How did he come into play? And then at the same time, there's also Rafiki. So now they're developing several of these characters' backstories, which I will admit,
Okay, that guy just fucking fell off.
In terms of like the Lion King, in terms of like the whole franchise and what we know about it, all right, that's going to be a bit more interesting. Like now we will learn more about where they come from, how they're added into the story, you know, how they come to be, how they all met and stuff like that, you know, how they
think
ultimately
even,
formed the Pride Lands.
Connor,
Okay, you know,
yes,
like,
Dog VA
conceptually,
even made a
there
video
is
about that shit.
a bit of an idea right there. But I feel like that's the only main thing that they would try to go and sell with this final trailer in particular. Other than that, we don't really see any of the other stuff that would seem kind of intriguing. Like, number one, and like, even though we did get a little bit of a taste, like maybe with one song, we don't see much of a factor on how this is a musical, considering that they advertise the fact that this is going
it's
to
Lion King.
feature
There's probably gonna be
bunch of
songs in
new
it.
music by Lin-Manuel Miranda, yet never once in this trailer or in most of the trailers do we actually see a moment where it's a legitimate musical. Like in this one, we see a bunch of action for sure, but we don't actually have a moment where we actually see like, okay, this is gonna be like a musical moment. Like at the most that I can think of is probably during the previous trailer where we see Mufasa and Scar where they're like buddying up like, hey, you know, like that final shot in
Saw a
the
little bit
previous
of it.
trailer.
Yeah, I saw a little bit
maybe
of
there
it
is
too. I didn't
that.
see it fully.
Even in the teaser trailer,
But I
come
already
to think
knew what it
about
was gonna
when
be
we see
saying.
the
It's just
lions just
people
bouncing
being
around
asshats
in
for no
different
fucking
areas.
reason.
You know, like,
Even though
maybe there is
all that
that
money is
as
probably
well,
gonna
but
go for the
not as
charity.
much in this. So
Or most of it.
maybe they're saving up the surprises for when the movie actually does come out. But I don't know. Like so far, I feel like I wanted to have a little bit more of an idea.
But that's also another thing, though. People were complaining as well that all the money that she was making from the Subathon wasn't all going to charity. Like, but you have to fucking give that money to people that also worked on some other stuff in the background. Yeah, there's no way all the money was going to charity.
One thing that it does remind me a lot of, like now more so than before, considering that I know like me and several others have already done this comparison.
It's just fucking people
it's reminding me a lot more
virtue
of
signaling or
Transformers
whatever.
1. Especially near, like probably around the end of the trailer where we see Mufasa.
Like they complain about this shit, and they don't actually fucking see them doing nothing.
In order to go and yeah, like right over here, like uniting the animals to fight against the villainous white
they're the ones complaining that Iron Mouse didn't give out like full money for the charity. Meanwhile, they barely, I don't think not a single one of them donated a single fucking bit of cash.
This trailer
just saying,
specifically mentions
the people that probably complain about this shit never fucking donate to charity.
Like, that little part, yeah, I think it's oh, was it right over here or? No, where is it? I need to find that moment, or yeah, right over here.
This is not a drill.
There will be one Lion King.
Yeah, that freaking part right there. It's like one of those moments that I can't help but feel like I just want to say, like, seriously, dude? Like, you gotta say, it was like, I shall be the Lion King.
Just like the completionists?
Like,
that's a bit
man.
different, though.
That
He
is,
actually
like,
did send the money.
Right over there.
It's just it took a little bit of people complaining about it for him to actually send it.
I do want to mention, and
because of inflation, it didn't have as much value as it did if he sent the money before.
This movie is going to do, considering that we're already seeing,
But he actually did send the money again, even though he lost some of its value because of inflation.
This and Transformers 1, I am also seeing like what I want to know is, how are they going to handle Scar? How are they going to handle the transformation of Taka to Scar?
I'm talking about people that complain about other people not fully giving out all their cash, and meanwhile they don't fucking give any money to charity.
Of D16 to Megatron, like that honestly was
being
just
fucking hypocrites.
Fantastic, and probably better than what even I could expect from that. So I am curious to see how they will try to go and handle that. Now, I'm not saying that it will be the same as Transformers 1, where we're suddenly going to see like a massive battle between Mufasa versus Scar and stuff like that, considering that in the original Lion King, we do see Scar is still allowed to go and hang around the Pride Lands, considering that he is related to Mufasa.
Right, so no
but in this
betrayal
case here,
happened
I
yet.
am curious to see like how that transformation is going to be, how they will go and present that character arc to show how Scar became the infamous Disney villain that everybody loves to hate to this day.
Right, I
Now,
guess they're
that's
probably
one
gonna
thing
be
I
doing
am
something
curious
similar
about,
to
and
like
maybe
Transformers
we
1.
get, like,
Yeah,
a
something
little
like
bit of a
that.
taste when we see like Scar wanting to eat either Zazu or Rafiki, but not really a whole lot. So overall, I would say that when it comes to this trailer in particular, I'm kind of like, you know, it's kind of a toss-up, honestly. It's like, I'm not going to rule out that this is going to be terrible, but I'm still yet to be convinced if this really is going to be
I remember when
worthwhile,
Iron
if
Mouse
this
gave the Call of
really
Funko
is
Fusion
the
and was like, it's this
prequel
game that you can
that
play for charity.
deserves to be, you know, that deserves to be connected
she?
to the Lion
Yeah, I think I
King.
remember
Like, you know,
you sending a video about
I did
that,
see some
maybe.
promises with
Right,
some
I know that
things, but there are also
Connor
some
really
other
doesn't
elements
fucking
that
like
I have
Funkos.
yet to see,
Those things are
that
ugly
are
as shit.
significant in order to really like mark this movie as either good or bad. But other than that, and I mean, not to mention, of course, you got the animation. Of course, it's like the technology itself is still very solid, but it's just the way they're using it in this movie is still pretty weird. But I don't know. I think ultimately, at best, it's a wait and see kind of thing.
Right.
But if you are curious to go and check out Mufasa the Lion King, then keep in mind that the film is going to be released on December 20th. And
How many
with
more
that
fucking
said,
clothes do I
now
need?
I would like to
Goddamn.
go onto the chat wall, and I'd
Yeah, I'm
like
gonna
to
be
ask
very
you
surprised if I
all,
don't get the
what
fucking
did you
trophy
all
today.
think about the final trailer of Mufasa the Lion King? Excuse me. That's my lunch wanting to make a comeback. But anyways, what did you all think about it? Did you guys enjoy that trailer? Are there some things that convince you more to go and see it? Are you guys still hesitant about it? In fact, let me go and write down a poll here
Here we
on Twitch. So maybe we can go and answer
Sheesh,
that
almost
question.
fucking died there.
Let's see. Are you more convinced that Mufasa could be good? So we'll go and write down yes,
Doubtful.
and
With
then
the
we'll
track
write
record
down
of most
no,
of the live action,
and let's see
quote-unquote
what
live
we
action
got
movies
here.
that Disney makes.
All right, so anyways,
Remakes.
let's see what the
Yeah,
chat wall will
the live
have
action
to
remakes
say.
that Disney makes nowadays, I doubt it.
I'm gonna
We'll
go ahead
see.
and say that it still did not win me over. The idea of the Lion King prequel focus on Mufasa is excellent. I kind of just wish it was
Did you see that Sonic 3 trailer? The recent one or the first one?
But I'm not
I think
too sold on the
I think
writing
I
and the
saw a
visuals,
little
despite
bit of
being
the.
more
I think
expressive
yeah,
than the
I did
remake.
see the
Still
first
looks
one.
rough. Overall, the only thing that'll
I
get
think
me to
there's a
see
recent
this
one, but I
is
haven't
if
seen
the
it
first
yet.
screening of Sonic 3 is sold out.
Recently, yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
I mean, there is always a chance that you can do a double feature.
Yeah, I'm
but,
not gonna watch it
I
on
mean,
stream
if
because it's probably
If
copyrighted.
Sonic 3 is sold out, chances are there might be some of the other films that you want to go and see. Like,
Yeah.
I'm sure stuff like Wicked and Moana 2 would still be
you
in
want-
theaters at that
You
time.
know why
so
Matt
there is also that option
only
in
shows a little
case.
bit of the fucking
But
trailers
that is
on
if they
the
turn out
fucking
to be
video here?
very good,
There's a
which
copyright.
I heard apparently with Wicked, so far the early reactions have been very solid. But again, that's only from what I have heard. Let's see now. This trailer really doesn't impress me all that much. Honestly, while I do think conceptually this is an interesting idea, it doesn't really provide much in terms
But it
of
looks cool,
substance,
though.
since we don't hear the
Although
musical numbers, and we are
they're pretty
talking
much
about
doing the
something
exact
based
same
on the
thing that Sonic
remake
X
of The
already
Lion
did
King. So overall, this is a pass for
when
me.
when
And honestly,
that show
I'm gonna
retold
do
the events of
sensible
Sonic
thing and go
Adventure
see
2.
Sonic 3 instead. Yeah, I think. Well, honestly, I think it's all. Like, I'm not gonna say it's fully unanimous, but I think for the majority of you, I'm sure that you would rather want to see
Yeah, unless
Sonic
they
3
really bring
instead of
something new
Mufasa.
to
I
it
think
that I
is
don't
an
really
honest
see
given, and I would
much
say I don't
interest
really blame you.
to me, in my
But
opinion.
still, though, you don't have to tell me twice that you'd rather want to check out Sonic 3, because honestly, even for me, if I had a choice between Mufasa or Sonic 3, definitely Sonic.
Yeah, definitely Sonic 3 though.
Anyways,
That's a little bit more interesting. That and also because of Keanu Reeves as
I'm going
Shadow.
to be unpopular here, trailer, but this looks kind of interesting. Not great, but it looks fine. I'll watch it on streaming. Not sure why they're villainizing albino lions. Is it a metaphor
Albino?
for white colonizers? In terms of prequels, Ballad of Songbirds and Snakes is still my favorite. I think doing prequels is at least interesting in terms of trying to do something different with the franchise. Like, in a sense of a rise and fall. Okay, I get where you're going with this.
One of my friends
I
from
mean,
school has been
then
obsessed with
again,
Cheryl
like,
recently.
if it's not going
He said
to
the
interest
trailer
you
came
that
out when
much
she
to
was
see it on the
west
big
and she was
screen and
trying
just
for
say,
us
"Wait
not
for
screaming.
That's still a concerning thing for Disney. But
Like she was
still,
watching
though, I mean, I am still, like, I
Cheryl
do
Ring
understand what you're
class.
talking about. I am still open to the possible
cool.
idea that maybe
I'll probably
Mufasa
watch it later.
will turn out to be better than
I'm
we
probably
may
not gonna
all
watch the
expect.
movie.
And I mean, it'll be
I
just
mean, I
like
rarely
with
fucking watch movies
Transformers 1,
nowadays.
which that turned out
I'm
to be
gonna watch.
a
I'm gonna
very
watch
solid
the
film
trailer.
and debatably the best Transformers movie out there. So
I
maybe there
mean,
is a possibility
probably
that we
the only
will
time that I
see
tend
if,
to see movie
maybe
trailers nowadays
Mufasa
is just
could do the same.
from Angry
It's
Joe reacting
unlikely,
to
but
them.
that doesn't mean it won't
So he's probably
happen.
gonna react to the
And by the
second
way,
trailer
according
at
to
some
the
point.
poll right over
probably.
here, it looks like 63% of you who have voted said no, you're not really that convinced, or you're not any more convinced that Mufasa could be good. Like, there is still a lot of skepticism going around, I see. Not that much, because there are some of you who did say yes, but for the most part, it's like, not really. Anyways, let's see what other comments are there. I feel like these prequel movies about how the enemies were once best friends is becoming more and more common.
I barely
We've
watch
already
movies unless
gotten
if it's
X-Men
something
First
I'm
Class
interested
and of course
in.
the Star Wars
Yeah, I
prequels.
rarely watch movies
Honestly,
as well,
I am
especially newer
noticing,
stuff.
The animals emoting more, which I am glad
think,
they
yeah,
took
the
note
last
of the
movie that I
criticism of
watched
last time.
was
That
actually
said-
yesterday.
that
I watched
said,
the original
they now
Toy
look
Story.
creepy and belong in my nightmares.
That's about it, though.
Exactly. That I feel like that's one of those be careful what you wish for kind of things. It's like, yeah, even I do notice that, you know, the animals are emoting more, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's a good thing. Now there's like kind of this extra dab of like uncanny valley. You know, they went from emotionless to being oddly
Cartoonish.
emotional. It's like, ugh, you know, it's like, you know, like, okay, fine. They're acknowledging more that they're animated characters, but they still look like realistic animals. And now they're doing things that realistic
We were talking
animals
about
shouldn't
Shadow a lot,
really
and
do,
I seen
and
the
it's
part where it was like,
I
fuck is that shit?
don't know, man. Don't do, can you please
Sure.
not do that, Mufasa? That ain't a, yeah, I don't like that. All right.
Yeah, I'm gonna be very
anyways,
surprised they
let's see what
actually
other comments we got. I'm feeling a
do
bit split
something
about this.
on
Like,
the
I do
video
see the
where they
concept,
talked about the
and
fucking
all
memes or whatever.
all does feel very appealing, even for a Lion King prequel. And I do feel anticipated for the song since I do love musicals.
I doubt they're
But
gonna
honestly,
do something
I'd
like
to
that,
know
but it
if
would be
the Prince
kinda
of
cool if they
Egypt
did.
is starting to become a popular subject to adapt. Of course, or in your case, Transformers 1.
She's
I'll admit that it's a
yummy.
good idea, but everything else is still feeling very
Skull
iffy.
emoji.
If
That's
make
all I'm
it
gonna
good
say.
as it presents,
Skull
especially
emoji.
the animation makes me miss the blank expressions. It's a we'll see. All right, yeah, that like I said, it's like at best it's a wait and see. Anyways, we got one more comment to read. The idea for this Lion King prequel is a fantastic idea. I just wish it was made by Disney Animation and hand-drawn animation instead. I know these guys will do a way better jow than whatever the live-action
Yeah, at least
department
he's
would do.
self-aware.
I do
At
like
least there's
Barry
that.
Jenkins, and he
But yeah,
deserves
looks like
some work on
you
this
found
film, but I feel like this
someone that's
movie
a
is
little bit
being
more
treated like a
obsessed with
generic
stuff
cheesy
compared to
live-action
you.
movie with pretty visual effects. But I'll wait and see what happens for this when it's competing against Sonic 3. All right, that's fair.
Right, you're obsessed
So,
with
yeah,
Doki
like,
Doki, but you don't. But you're not
maybe
fucking
there
going
is
to
a
my
bit of
stream saying, "Do you
potential
want
that it could turn out to be
a little
good,
piece of
but
fucking
so
Monica
far,
or whatever?"
Not really. Like, I think at best, well, at least we could, you know, I think we're pretty confident to say that, you know, maybe it won't be the worst movie that'll come out this year. But once again, if you are interested in checking out Mufasa the Lion King, then keep in mind it will be coming soon to theaters on December 20th. And with that said, we are now going to go and jump onto our next story, and we will be
I'm
staying
obsessed
in the
with
realms
Persona.
of Disney.
I don't
And
know.
if what they're doing with Mufasa doesn't upset you, then maybe on our next story, it definitely will. Especially when, well, they will be releasing Mufasa, but they did get backlash for not releasing this.
Interesting. Shut up.
Welcome back. Now, on our next story, we will be discussing about something controversial that has happened in the last week, especially a new reason why people got upset at Disney. And this time around, yeah, I'm gonna go inside with the people on this one, because the more I look at it, the more upset that I do get with Disney. And it's already bad enough that it is related to a very beloved series, one that people really enjoyed and even considered to be one of the best new animated shows that Disney put out in recent years.
Hey, what happened?
And yet it ended up being short-lived, where after making 2 seasons, they decided to go and cancel it. But if that wasn't bad enough, there is one episode in that season 2 that they have yet to air that talks about a very important issue. And what I'm talking about, of course, is regarding Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, specifically with the episode The Gatekeeper. Now, what happened
I might have
was
heard
that,
this, maybe.
Apparently,
That sounds familiar,
there's
though.
been an episode that a lot of people have been talking about in season 2 of Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur called The Gatekeeper. And
Yeah, is this the one that's like
specifically,
related to Marvel or
discusses
some shit, or
not just
am I
about
thinking of
trans
something else?
issues, but also about trans people playing in sports, which has often been a very
Okay, it is
topical subject matter that
based on Marvel.
has
Okay,
often
yeah, I think
been
it's
brought
this
up
one.
on social media and the news, and again and again and again. Like it's something that, to put it nicely, has been talked about quite a bit. But to go into specifics on what this episode is about, I'll go and read you here from my source on Polygon. As it states, early in the episode, The Gatekeeper, Brooklyn, who is a recurring character that does identify as trans, recalls her time spent playing soccer and the darkness of me having to play on the boys' team. Brooklyn's comments about her athletic past are overheard by the opposing team coach, Greer, played by Amy Sedaris, who tries to have the teenager disqualified from the game. But Brooklyn's coach, gym teacher Coach Herbeck, tells Greer Brooklyn is a girl and she's gonna play. The episode then veers into supervillain territory as Greer uses a magical key to confine Brooklyn, her teammates, and water girl Lunella, whom, by the way, she is Moon Girl, in the girls' locker room.
Man, this is supposed to be like
Brooklyn,
a
who is voiced by
kid's
actor
version of Moon Knight
India Moore,
or some shit.
identifies as trans to her peers in the episode. I'm trans. My very existence breaks Greer's rules, she tells her teammates before breaking down into tears. Brooklyn's trans identity is further communicated through imagery. Brooklyn wears Pride-themed knee pads and has a "Trans is Beautiful" sticker on her water bottle. The episode's color palette is saturated in hues from the transgender flag. Its theme of prejudice, exclusion, and finding support through progressive allies is unmissable. And from there, the people who have seen it, and especially the people who made it, they love the episode, especially with the way that it is straightforward in terms about not just discussing about the trans identity and discussing about issues that trans people face on a regular occasion, but also discussing about trans people in sports specifically, and how there are
I see
those
where this is going.
oppositions who would go.
Yeah, I
and
think that was
try
like
to
a big that was like a big controversy with, I think it was the Olympics, right? Or it was something else, where one of the contestants was like trans or whatever, where they were trying to go and fight against the female league or whatever, but they're like more bulkier, like muscular, because they were like trans or whatever. I think it was something like that. I don't know. I don't really know the full details. So I think it's probably talking about that. She said she pre-ordered the Sonic X Shadow Japanese version and it came with a Shadow statue. US version came with a Sonic and Shadow statue combined. Okay. Right, so she only wants one out of them. Okay, interesting. The import fees are gonna be a bitch though. Cause pretty sure US version did. Interesting, but the import fees are gonna be a big bit pain in the ass though, because importing anything in Japan is always gonna cost you a lot.
Biologically, their gender. And what's very interesting is the way that they would mention about how they would use the color palette and even the themes about prejudice, exclusion, and finding support through progressive allies. You know, it honestly reminds me a lot of Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse and when they look into Gwen Stacy, because they did a lot of the same things with Gwen, where there's a major reason why there are rumors and a lot of speculations stating that Gwen in the Spider-Verse films is actually transgender, especially with the fact that she would show those themes of exclusion, and not to mention like having a complex relationship with her father, which is part of that.
Unless it's very subtle, I just didn't notice.
That she would face regularly with her identity of being Spider-Man, or Spider-Woman in this case. And then there's also the factor of the color palette that is often used, especially in her world, where often when we see Gwen Stacy, she would have the imagery and like a prominent color palette of that light blue, light pink, and white that is so prominently featured with her moments. And not to mention that when you see like one shot in her room, that she actually has a poster that actually identifies as trans, and I think it actually says protect trans kids. So I'm just saying right now, if Gwen Stacy actually does come out as trans in Beyond the Spider-Verse, I'll be honest, I am not surprised. So basically the point that I want to make is that what they did in Across the Spider-Verse is a lot like with what they did in Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur with Brooklyn in the episode The Gatekeeper. Although I will say with the Gatekeeper, they were a lot more straightforward with the trans issues. And honestly, it's something that I
way less subtle with that shit.
However, it turns out that this episode may not see the light of day, or at least that is according to the people who have worked on it. If we go and switch up to Tumblr right over here, there was actually this Reddit post, and or actually a Reddit thread that actually shows an artist who did work on that particular episode expressing their grief of the fact that it ain't gonna be coming out anytime soon. In which they stated over here, where the artist stated, "Hey, I worked in Moon Girl, and yes, a really cool episode wasn't aired, and it's so sad." Someone questioned, do you know if it's ever going to air, or will it air with the next batch? And they stated, "I don't know. It was one of the early episodes of season 2, so I'm not sure." And then another person asked, "Can you share what the episode is about?" And the artist stated, "Kind of scared of the NDA, so I'll just say that it was about Brooklyn. If you put attention to details about the character, you could figure out about what the theme and why it was canned." So in that regards, it's a pretty clear hint of the fact that, okay, it's about Brooklyn and it's something about her. So it's pretty much indicating that, yes, they're talking about the Gatekeeper episode. And then this is followed up with right over here, which is a Blue Sky post from Derek Malik Johnson, in which they stated, so guess I finally got hit with one of the project episode that I worked on is getting shelved because of which party that won the recent election. It breaks my heart knowing this impactful and amazing episode is now about to be considered a lost media episode. And that's pretty much the big news that has been going around, is the fact that the Gatekeeper has been reported that it is going to be shelved by Disney because of, well, I think we could pretty much state the obvious of the fact that Donald Trump won the US election. And because of that, because of how the election went towards the Republican side, Disney decided to go and completely hide the episode that discusses about trans issues. And from there, though,
what I'm not getting is
Disney
why,
did
though. What the
go
fuck
and
does
actually
politics have
made
to do
a
with anything?
response over here, and going down in this Polygon article, it has stated, according to a source at Disney, the decision to hold the episode of Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur was made more than a year ago and was not based on the result of the recent US elections. That source said that in this case, this decision was based on this specific episode, not because of the character being trans. They said the episode is not specifically banned from airing, but being held. It is unclear if the episode will ever see an official release. They went on to
Okay, so it wasn't about politics. Okay, yeah, because I was very confused by what the fuck does this shit have to do with politics?
Noting that its target age range is kids aged 6 to 12, and that the company is respectful of the role that parents play in the discussions they have with their children. So I just want to go and get this out of the way. You know, let's just say in theory that maybe Disney is right. Maybe they're telling the truth that they didn't actually, you know, it's not really because of the fact that Brooklyn is trans or how they're having trans discussions in the episode or anything like that. It's just the fact that, you know, they didn't, you know, they're not ready to go and air that episode as of yet, considering that there are actually several episodes of season 2 that they haven't aired or haven't decided to go and air on the Disney Channel or anything like that. Still, though, it's not really a good idea, or it's not really making you look good there, Disney, considering that fans of the show are already massively upset of the fact that you've already canceled Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. You're not going to give it a season 3 or anything like that. And on top of that, you have
that's not the only show that Disney canceled out of nowhere. Just look at fucking
and one of these episodes in particular discusses about a very important issue that is currently happening in this world, and you decided to not go and show it. Like, already right there, it's unavoidable how that is going to make you look bad, regardless of
if my understanding, also had a lot of like LGBT plus stuff going on as well.
A bit more
So I don't know.
The artists in this case. I
mean, that show also lasted a lot longer.
Telling the truth, because
I think it was like went like 3-4 seasons or some shit.
Holding an episode back like this because of the issues that they are discussing, especially when they are very prominent in terms of its LGBTQ plus themes. And yes, it does count considering that trans people are part of the LGBTQ plus community. That is something that we have already known. Disney has already done again and again and again, considering that behind the scenes, when it comes to Disney's executives making all the big decisions, they have a very stern conservative view on the LGBTQ plus community and are very hesitant in terms of presenting them in their projects. Excuse me for a sec. Sorry, I just needed to get that out of the way. But anyways, getting back to what I was talking about, I mean, we've seen and we've known that Disney has been doing that again and again and again. Like back when Blue Sky Studios was still up and running, like Disney was known to like try to take control of Nimona so that they could try to like make both Nimona and Ballister less gay or less non-binary, trying to take that element out of them.
Yeah, exactly. That's what Adamat's saying. That what I said before, and not just the Mona as well. It also, again, it happened with Alhausa. So the argument that it was because of Trump was elected as president, because that's why. Yeah, the whole argument that the fucking thing's getting canceled because of Donald Trump doesn't really hold any water. Yeah, I think that's the argument that makes more sense. The one where executives just really don't know what they're doing. I think that seems a little bit more plausible. You know, the politics one just seems a little bit far-fetched. And it's just, you know, people always trying to bring politics to everything. Man, let's see. Let's take a break before we continue on, though. Let me just do this. Let's see. Gonna have to do this real quick. And then this. Right, here we go. Alright. What do we have here? This is actually show me, it's pretty cool. Alright, looks cool. Alright, looks kind of cool. I would have preferred if it was like the full body, not just the torso. Was that an actual photo that she took, or this is just a photo that she found online or whatever? Because you said that she was gonna import it, right? Or did she already import it? Yeah. Yeah, she pre-ordered. Okay, so this is probably just an online photo, probably. Alright, cool. I don't tend to really get that many fucking statues for games, though. Alright. Let's take a little break before we continue on, though. So let me just let's see, do this. Same besides counts. Yeah, same thing. Alright. We'll be right back. And we are back. Now, let me just change over here. Right. Obviously, you already have another Nero video. But let's actually try watching the video at 60 FPS, because now that I don't have the preview playing, my PC should be able to show it off properly. Yeah, I think so. Let's see. Yep. Showing up properly there.
Do you have any enemies we could prank call?
There is somebody. You know what? I'm not even gonna give you a prompt. I just want you to rip into them. No filter, none of that.
Okay, let's go.
Hello.
Well,
of course,
I see you
Vito.
have time to answer a call, but not time to build me a 4090 PC.
I'm literally building you a PC tomorrow. It's gonna be an IRL stream. It's gonna be good.
It's about time you delivered. Can you please make it a good PC this time? I want a high refresh rate monitor too, so my game sense really shines.
You don't need a high refresh rate monitor.
Are you gonna let him talk to you like that?
Well, you don't need to take so long building a PC, but here we are. And maybe I would have a monitor if my dad took better care of me.
Well, I do my best.
Damn.
It's hard being a single father.
I wish you'd try harder then.
Okay.
Damn.
I'll try harder. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Maybe if you try
I guess I'll
hard enough,
just
you could be a
I guess
real
I'll just
dad.
fucking abandon you then.
Evil.
Yeah, I guess I'll just abandon you and tell you that you're
Try
adopted.
harder. I'm sorry.
Maybe if you try hard enough, you could be a real
Yeah, what was
dad.
the one? Ooh, damn. Even I didn't know. I didn't think she was gonna pull out the fucking adopted thing. Thought he was gonna do it, not her. Damn. Wait. Right, here we go. Alright, let's see. Activate that back. All good there. Here we go. And then the video. See here. Yep, all good.
Or at least try to significantly
All right.
reduce it to the point of being virtually
No trophy yet.
unnoticeable.
Let's see if we can still do it today.
Lightyear, where they wanted to get rid of the same-sex kiss. Now,
Right.
we barely saw
Because
that
of China.
same-sex kiss, but still, though,
Yeah, there's a lot of
they
examples
just
of
wanted to flat out
Disney
remove
trying
that
to
line
remove
in fear of making it looks a little too obvious that they're a
LGBTQ
couple,
stuff out of their
even though, like,
movies because
they
of
pretty
China,
much made it
so that
clear
it gets played
they
on
are a couple in the first
China,
place.
whatever.
You know, it's honestly a bit of a ridiculous decision right there, and like one that feels like it's much more trouble than it's worth on the fact that they would even meddle with that thing in the first place. And then recently this year, just a few months ago, we heard about how they're so paranoid about presenting their characters that maybe they might be gay that they would do everything in their power. They put in more effort than they should in order to ensure that their characters are presented as straight as possible. And that is exactly
So
the
straight
case
that
with
that
Riley
fucking
in
promised
Inside
their
Out
backs.
2. I love that movie. But hearing what they tried to do behind the scenes to try to really emphasize that Riley and whatever relationship that she has with any other girls in the feature, whether it be her friends or with Val, like try to be as platonic as they can be, that honestly sounds a little too stupid and ridiculous. So considering that history that Disney has with the way that they would keep on trying to censor LGBTQ plus themes or trying to make
Yeah,
or
that
try
sounds
to
a lot
work
more
on
plausible than the
so
fucking
much of it
Trump shit.
that they just want to ensure that nothing even
Yeah,
looks
Trump
gay
is,
in the
I'm pretty sure it's just
first
people trying to fucking
then
blame
honestly,
blame
it
Trump
feels
for
very
everything.
credible that Disney would
Or just
go
bring politics
and
to
do
everything
something like that.
without them
Like,
actually knowing what the
even
fuck they're
with or
talking
without
about.
the reasoning of what happened in the U.S. election, I feel like I can easily see Disney take away the Gatekeeper episode because of how it discusses about trans issues and stuff like that. And this is one thing I just want to say right now, like, it honestly pisses me off, and it needs to be called out that honestly I am sick and tired of people
Imagine you're
and
going to
companies
TwitchCon.
trying to use
I can definitely see that
politics
happening.
as an
It's mostly just going to be the modern thing that most VTubers do,
or to not
especially
discuss
from
about something whatsoever.
from
Often
VShojo.
using that as a criticism to shut down these important discussions worth having. And the only thing that it does
It'd be
is
cool
just
though if
enable
Vito
not just
went there though.
ignorance, but also
Yeah,
enable
Vito's there,
prejudice.
but
Like,
with
it feels
Nero,
like a very
with the monitor
fancy
or whatever.
way and a very,
That'd be
you know,
kind of cool.
in a way that actually makes it look pretty to say like, oh, I want to maintain my ignorance and my prejudice towards these groups.
Knowing him, he's probably
So I don't
either
wanna
not
talk
gonna
about
go,
that.
or if he goes,
But
he
they
goes
don't
there
wanna-
with the
they don't
fucking
want to say that because
turtle
obviously
mask.
it would make them look like the bad guy. So what they say is, oh, I don't want to talk about politics. Oh, I don't want to go into that because that's political. Like, it's bullcrap. And honestly, this is why people need to be, like, those kinds of people need to be pressured into specifying what they actually mean. Because just saying that it's politics means absolutely nothing. And I say this as someone who has often been called political. I'm sure you have probably seen people denouncing me saying that, oh, I don't watch Animag, he's too political. Oh,
I mean, you have to admit, he's a little
like Animag because he
political.
talks about politics. I'm sure
But
you
that-
probably come across that.
I mean, he only
on
tends
the
to do
internet
that during
from
the
time-
streams, but
from
he is a
time to
little
time, again
bit.
and again and again. But they
Not in his
never go
reviews,
into
though.
specifics
Although he
on
does
how I am
sometimes leak
political,
in his reviews, but not by
on what
much.
I do when I talk about politics specifically. They don't mention how I call out the hypocrisy and the corruption that happens with Republicans. They don't mention how I call out the injustices of racism, of bigotry, of all these kinds of prejudices and discrimination. Like, they don't mention how I'm not afraid to even call out those who would go and promote hate speech and harassment. That's what they don't tell you when they say that, oh, I talk about politics. And you know what? I have enough of that freaking crap. That's not a godforsaken criticism. Say what you actually mean. Actually clarify what you say. Because saying that I'm political is not a criticism. It's not a thing.
Yeah, everyone
that you can
nowadays,
denounce
everyone's
me
fucking
for.
political.
And it's the same thing with this Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur. It is not a
Whether they
valid
like it or
excuse
not.
to not actually show this episode. And there are people out there who don't want to go and take it anymore. And this is exactly why, to this day, people actually went and actually leaked the episode on the internet.
Oh, they
You can
leaked
actually
it?
go
Oh,
and
shit.
find it either on Twitter or on YouTube. But
Yeah, so I
then
guess
from there, they would just
the
go
episode
and
was already
immediately take it down.
fully done,
Well,
huh?
Disney would go and take it down.
It's just Disney
But
didn't
if
want
you
to
do
release
want
it
to
for some
find
reason.
well, you can actually go and check it out right over here. For now, it is in its permanent home in the in the Internet Archives at archives.org, where you can
Okay,
actually
interesting.
find the episode in full. And
Yeah,
if
the
you guys wanna go and check it out,
archives.org or
I
whatever,
highly
that's also a
recommend
good
you
place
do
to
so.
find
It's
the,
actually really awesome, considering that Moon Girl and Devil
games.
Dinosaur is already an
Not
epic
gonna
series.
say what types of
This
games,
one over
but they're good for
here
emulators.
is,
I'm just gonna say
another
that.
great example of how it actually is amazing. So I highly recommend you go and watch it. But yeah, overall, I think the way that Disney is handling this, regardless of their intentions, it's just really bad. And honestly, this is a case where Disney is getting a lot of backlash from the internet, but in this case, I gotta say, yeah, no, it's very clear that they absolutely deserve it. So with that said, now I would like to go into the chat wall, and I'd like to ask you all, how do you all feel about the controversy with Disney not airing the Gatekeeper episode? And especially if you are a fan of Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, and if you have seen the episode The Gatekeeper, I would love to know your thoughts on that. All right, so let's see what we got over here. This is a time where trans youth could have used an episode like this the most, but with Disney pulling it,
Right,
it can be
but
best
then Disney
described
just doing Disney
in
stuff.
one word: cowardice. It's clear that they're too scared to fully commit to their support, so the fact that they have to hide their work, and also the fact that this isn't the first time that this happened, just proves Alex's point is evergreen. Disney, seriously, do better. Exactly. Right, and this is the one thing that I find so hypocritical about Disney is that I think like with this, it really does prove of how Disney is just like they prioritize profits over everything, and the entire imagery of like being progressive and stuff like
at some point you do have to prioritize profits because it's a company, but not to this extreme.
But it's also the fact that this week they also pulled off this freaking crap. The fact that Disney, alongside with many other big corporations such as Comcast, Warner Brothers Discovery, IBM, and Lionsgate, all decided to go and resume their advertising on Twitter. Which honestly, I just need to ask, why? Who are you going to be advertising for? Because ever since Donald Trump won the election, there has been a mass exodus in terms of Twitter, and now there have been like literally millions of people who decided to quit that sinking ship and go
went to Blue
onto
Sky.
other websites such as Blue Sky.
Yep.
So honestly,
Or just
I'm
use both,
looking at
like me.
this, and like I'm curious to know, it's like, why is Disney trying to do this? Like, are they trying to please Elon Musk now that he got this new position in the freaking Trump administration or the upcoming Trump
Maybe that
administration,
too, yeah.
where he's going to ruin America with
That
his
too, that
white
could also be it
nationalism
as
and
well.
stuff like that? Like, why would you go and do this? Like, why would you even want to advertise on Twitter? Are you gonna go and show Moana 2 to the people who hate the kind of people that are in the movie in the first place because of the color of their skin? Like, what do you want to, like, are you advertising Moana 2 to a bunch of white nationalists who just want to shoot people who look like Moana? Like, is that what you want to do, Disney? Seriously, this is already a freaking bad look as is when you want to go and advertise to a website that's already becoming irrelevant. It's honestly ridiculous. I just really need to get that out of the way. Anyways, what other comments do we have here? Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur is one of my favorite Disney animated series, along with Primos, and I have an amazing relationship with a few crew members of the show,
interesting.
and they gave me one awesome poster of the show signed by the crew. Oh, awesome. I know the show already has a strong diversity since
Interesting
season 1,
with
but
Primos though, because I haven't heard good things about that. Mostly just because of the fucking free stuff.
Yeah, screw these executives. This is not a Disney issue, it's the country's issue in general. Oh, I completely understand. Yeah, like, honestly, like, the issue that is happening with trans representation and stuff like that, it is not exclusive to Disney. It is like, you know, in general,
everywhere.
like, I'm sure that, like, I know there are other companies, like, with Comcast and Warner Brothers and Sony and stuff like that, they can be guilty of the same thing. Anyways, let's see. I am not happy with what Disney executives have done. This also happened to Inside Out 2's production. Speaking of that, Pixar also canceled a lot of LGBTQ+ projects that will never see the light of day.
I have not heard any of that shit with Inside Out 2. Maybe Animat did talk about it in the previous podcast I just didn't see.
Lesbian Kiss for its poor box office performance. It's like Disney only listened to people who watched old movies that don't age well or may be uncomfortable for the modern era these days. Well, that's the thing, is that right now Disney is not really in the mood to go and take risks, or at least like that's what we have heard in terms of the Pixar case, is that having LGBTQ+ representation is considered to be too risky nowadays, because they know that with Trump supporters, they'll have their mental disorder be triggered and want to activate their guns with the mass shootings that they regularly cause. So
it's not just Trump supporters, it's just people on Twitter in general.
They just want to play it safe, and that's a major problem right over there, because the fact that they want to play it safe, it hinders on their creativity. Let's see, what else do we have here? Having watched the episode, I really wish they did release it because of the inevitable humor, inevitably hilarious and stupid backlash it would get, especially since the villain of the episode is an antagonistic Karen. Moon Girl is a great show, partly to how it manages to tackle social issues in a way that's kid-friendly,
that'd be kind of cool though,
but
fucking
not pandering. And this episode
animated movie where
example.
the villain's a
Good
fucking
on
Karen,
Moon
that'd be
on the Moon
fucking
Girl team
foolish.
for being
That'd be
brave
so
for
funny.
making the
That'd
episode
be
to
so
begin
funny.
with. Oh yeah, exactly. I like, if there is a positive note to say, like, honestly, we really got to give props to the team at Disney Television Animation for not just making Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur the show that it is today, but especially for making that episode. Like, honestly, it is a beautiful highlight of that series. All right, let's see what other comments do we have here. Let's see now. Okay, here we go. This entire situation made me feel very pissed off. And honestly, given the track record they got with LGBTQ plus representation, it's very clear that Disney just didn't care. Especially how they treated the Owl House and Haley's on it.
Yeah, there goes
the
Owl
move
House.
they pulled is really stupid
I
and
mentioned
idiotic.
that one before.
They deserve a huge L for that. Alex Hirsch is right with their practices if you know that tweet. Yeah,
Right, Alex Hirsch, that's the creator of Gravity Falls.
How weird is it that Alex Hirsch is suddenly making a comeback, and it's through that in particular? Let's see, what other comments would there be that I haven't read yet?
Can't believe fucking Gravity Falls is only like
this was the kind of
12
issue
plus
I was
years
talking
old.
about when Disney was canning their
Oh,
shows.
time flies by.
Especially to Moon Girl having the bravery to
that
go
came out
in
around
extreme taboo subjects
2012 maybe?
is what makes the series so amazing. I saw the episode, by the way. The villain, too over the top, but it was fantastic nonetheless. It's just a shame that whoever at Disney is causing this much issue to shelve this is hiding and ironically gatekeeping from airing, and I can't help if there's anything to do but to be in frustration and rant. Well, I mean, yeah, there is the fact. I mean, again, like, there is the fact that you could check out the episode in the Internet Archives. It's not an official release, but at least it is
You
out
can still
there.
watch it.
And yeah, I will say that it's true that there is like a real irony in this entire case, because the one episode that Disney is gatekeeping because of its topical issues that it discusses is literally called The Gatekeeper. And I think I'll just read probably read one more comment real quick. Let's see, is there any
Sometimes reality is stranger than fiction.
Comment to go and say, here, I'll just go with this one. This is another case of Disney being scummy as usual. Not only did they can Moon Girl and Devil Dinosaur, but the addition of the company shelving an episode is a depressing reminder that Disney doesn't care about the community they claim to care about. They seriously caved in to the voices of those anti-woke
Yeah, it's like fucking
that
Twitter.
complain
That's
on
just
YouTube
that virtue signal and
Hoping
nothing
there will
else.
be justice for the crew that worked on the show for the episode to be preserved. Yeah, honestly, that's the best thing that we can do now, is to go and preserve it. And if you can, not just check this out, but also don't forget to go and delete it, so at least like you would have an episode that you can have on your own, that even if this gets taken down,
download or whatever,
at least you'll still have it on your hard drives. All right, so with that said, we're going to go on to our next break, and we're gonna go and have a moment to step aside from Disney, and we're gonna
you can also just go to like different sites.
Who has gotten a lot of backlash, but this time around they made the holidays look extremely gross. So we'll be right back.
Interesting.
Nova coleção Yorn Shake It. Agita o telemóvel, coleciona os clássicos.
Mouse chip.
All right, welcome back, everybody. And I am so sorry that I have to report this to you all, but the holidays are just around the corner. In just over a month, we will be celebrating the holidays, whether it be Christmas, Hanukkah, Kwanzaa, or whatever. Yes, it's coming much sooner than you think. Like, you'll spend a few days doing what you do, but then suddenly, pretty soon, you're gonna start decorating your house or decorating your room, and then suddenly, whoop! Look at under your tree, or suddenly, well, or wherever it is, you suddenly got presents and stuff like that, and holy crap, it's gonna be 2025. But of course, with the holidays coming in, you probably have already seen some commercials that are based on the holidays, or especially Christmas. Maybe. You've seen them passing on TV, or maybe passing on the internet.
Yeah, especially on YouTube, because goddamn YouTube is really putting a lot of fucking ads nowadays.
Are anticipated to go and check out, which has turned into a true holiday tradition, which is Coca-Cola, which is often known to have some of the most memorable and most impactful Christmas commercials out there. And this year, well, they are definitely making an impact But let's just say that this impact right over here is a lot more different. So let me just show you the commercial that they have. And don't worry, it's a very quick one. It's only about like 15 seconds. So let me show you what they have. Okay, so I thought we could do full screen, but
with the giant truck? Yeah, that's a very nostalgic.
Check this out.
I think everyone knows about that one. Yeah, the one with the truck.
So yes, that was the new, or at least one of the new Coca-Cola commercials that they have this year. But the big difference compared to all the other ones that they have done is that this is AI generated.
Oh,
Yes,
it's
they have used
AI?
artificial
Oh
intelligence
shit! I didn't
in
even
order
notice
to
that.
go
It mostly
and
just because
craft
how
this
small the
commercial.
fucking screen is.
To go into specifics,
Even
I will
smaller
read you here from my source
for
on
you guys as
Forbes,
well.
in which it states here, 3 AI studios, Secret Level, Silverside AI, and Wildcard, worked to create these ads using the generative AI models Leonardo, Luma, and Runway. Wait. Ooh. Okay, sorry, I had to go and retweak my body a little bit in order to continue reading. Anyways, with a new model, Kling, brought in near the end of production. Interestingly, these new AI generative ads highlight the weaknesses and hard limitations of the current wave of video generative models. They even mention that there is even some moments where they had to go and hire some people to add a bit of a human touch as well in order to go and refine it. If I would go and find that little moment, if I think they mentioned that in this article, but I mean, when we get there, we'll go and actually, I'll go and talk about it further. But yes, and as you can imagine, by the way, the fact that they would go and bring out some AI-generated commercials, it received a lot of backlash on the internet. In fact, the grand majority of the reactions
what happened to the fucking polar bears
backlash, with some
the truck one is very I grew up with that one a lot, but what happened to the polar bears?
Chow on Twitter is stated, as someone else said, it's really probably because generative AI cannot produce more than that has even been semi-coherent. Pretty much answering to a question that someone asked, is every shot in this 0.9 seconds or something? It's bad to look at, but I also don't like the flow. And people would even continue, like someone even joked at how that apparently apparently saying looks awesome, absolutely no scale or proportional issues here at all. And as you could see in this image, like you got
much sarcasm
you got
there.
like a group of people that are in the bottom left that are just standing there, and compared to the size of them to the Coca-Cola truck over here, it's either the people are just absolutely gigantic, like almost the same size as the truck, or these trucks are just absolutely teeny tiny over here. But then there's also like the
that's
same
one thing that AI
reactions,
screws
people
up
expressing
with
a lot of their
proportions.
disgust about the backgrounds and criticizing a lot about this commercial in particular. So as you can imagine, a lot of people are really hating this AI generated commercial that they have provided. And I gotta say, like, even looking at this, like, yeah, there's just so much that is wrong about it. And even like I'll even mention that in terms of the flow that they would go and present, like, that's one thing I just want to say. Yeah, it is true that it feels like the editing of this is absolutely awful.
fast.
Like, it's a little too snappy in terms of showing like these random images one after another that honestly don't really feel like they connect all that much. Like, you got like one shot and then one shot and one shot. One shot of people smiling. Oh, but here's another shot. Oh, here's a shot right here.
In the hand.
Here's a shot. Here's a shot. All right, here's a shot over here. All right,
And now that I
here's a
mention, yeah,
shot.
it does
just
God
like
damn, fucking
it
jump scared
jumps
there.
way too quickly. Like whenever
God damn man,
narrative
fucking
that
jump
they
scaring
wanna
me with the
tell,
music playing
it's just
out of nowhere.
so hard to go and follow. You know, it feels just way too snappy. And
Yeah, now
that's
that I
one thing
mention
that
it,
you
yeah,
can tell,
definitely,
that
it looks
AI
very AI generated.
And one massive problem when it comes to AI is that it doesn't have a comprehension in terms of editing skills, in terms of the flow of storytelling. They think that because it's a commercial, that they need to go and cram in so much of the same imagery that we are familiar with, like one after another. Like, you know, it's like, it took all the information of what is a Coca-Cola commercial and tried to cram that in all at the same time, and you get like all these random moments that don't seem to really make sense. Like, you got the truck that, you know, like you got a whole bunch of trucks, which I just want to say right now, like, you never see all these other trucks, it's just this one. And by the way, I just want to go and quickly notice that, okay, maybe it's just me, okay, yeah, like there's something about these trucks that, you know, they're very inconsistent. Like, you look at this truck, you know what?
This truck and then this truck and this little truck.
These trucks, they are very inconsistent. This truck is not the same as this truck, or even this truck is also completely different as well. Like, they keep changing things up. And then of course you suddenly get this random image of a polar bear, and like next to them is this like a mountain of a village right over here. Like, this is like, this has no point in here whatsoever. And then suddenly it's like, okay, well now like we're suddenly in a city and people just randomly laughing like oh god. And then the hands, oh my goodness, the freaking hands. Like, okay, I think we all know that when it comes to AI, they
always
suck
screwing up
at
with
making
fingers.
hands. Like, even if you're not a drawer, as long as you can make like 5 sausages on a ball, you're able to draw a hand way better than AI can. And even with this one, like, honestly, a lot of their hands look freaky. Like, okay, like you get this shot over here, and like you got this this smiling guy, and like he had like these nails, which, like, looking at it here, like they're oddly pink. Like, honestly, like some people could argue, oh, it's just because of the lighting, but no, it's like, am I the only one who's noticing it's like how weirdly pink his fingernails are? And then suddenly you look into the next shot, it's like, okay, it's supposed to be Santa holding this, but as you may notice, you know, at least this guy has fingernails. Santa doesn't have that much fingernails here. This honestly looks a little bit strange. Like, what the fridge are you doing here? Not to mention, like, okay, and then this shot. This one honestly freaks me out because, like,
Yeah, I think it would have been better if he was full screen that shit, but I think you can't because of no copyright or whatever.
Again, and then you look at this and it's like, I don't know, am I the only one who's noticing, like, there's something over here that's like wiggling around? I don't know, it's like the truck is oddly coming to life, and then suddenly we cut over here, which it looks like a completely different village than what we have gotten before. Like, it's obviously not this village here, it's not this village maybe, but this is just, it makes no sense. There's just too many different inconsistencies that it just makes it problematic, and it makes it objectively awful to look at. And yes, I know it's pretty harsh to say that something is objective, you know, that is objectively bad or anything like that. But keep in mind that this is AI generated. At the very least, the grand majority of it was not handled by people whatsoever, or it's not crafted by people. Like, this is this is all just computers. This is all just computers just taking a lot of the same information that people are familiar with in terms of what makes a Coca-Cola commercial so popular, and then they just
probably
go
just
from
went
there.
to
That's all
Chat
that it
GPT
is.
and just typed in make a Christmas Coca-Cola commercial, and this is what they got.
When it comes to AI, the closer you look at it, the more gross that it is. Like, you see so much of the imperfections that makes it less and less appealing. But the big problem with that is that with AI, even nowadays, like, even just on a surface level, it looks awful, and you'll immediately go and catch what is wrong with it. It's just the flow, like it's not just with the images themselves, but it's also with the flow and how the images just go and they move one at a time. They're not like, it is far from the point of actually being ready to be used for commercial use. And whenever they do, well, of course, they're going to be met with significant backlash. They're going to be responded with a lot of hate with this entire commercial, or these sets of commercials that they have created. And also, speaking of which, there is something that I do want to really go and check out. Like, is it actually true that there are some people that are going, you know, that have actually worked on this, or is it just well, let's see, I just want to go and see, like, were people actually involved to go and touch up on the commercial? Just want to see if let's see, yeah, like, okay, they mentioned like some of the criticisms. Yeah, that is true.
Of course.
Yeah, more of that. Let's see, where would it be? Okay, yeah. Okay, I think it's right over here. This is what I was talking about the whole time. Okay. Interestingly, many of the shots are clearly touched up, as generative AI is unable to create video that contains coherent text, but there are Coca-Cola logos everywhere. These shots represent the best efforts out of many attempts, with the models spitting out plenty of unusable footage that was discarded. According to Zada, a simple opening shot featuring an AI-generated squirrel proved particularly tricky. We must have run that squirrel through AI in the beginning of that video a couple of 100 times.
What were you playing?
You know, the funny thing is that I didn't.
I don't think they copyright video. I think they only copyright music on Twitch.
There might have been some
artists
when
they got muted,
and actually do some legitimate touch-ups.
Shit,
because the only thing in that commercial that was
even when you do, you can just like download the VOD and you get the audio back.
Just the Coca-Cola logo. Like, even when it's presented on the side right over here,
okay, yeah.
Or like even like when you see,
you can just do like a direct download from like, Twitch, and it gives you the full VOD with the full audio. You don't have to worry about that.
Seem perfectly fine.
If you want to like,
that's the one thing that this commercial
on
actually
YouTube or
did
whatever.
okay, is just to present the Coca.
Até 45% nesta semana.
Get up.
Go, and that is it. And yet everything else just looks like absolute garbage. And at that point, if you're going to be bringing in people to go and do those touch-ups to ensure that some parts actually
they might as well know what the fuck they're doing.
What the fridge is the point of making it in AI in the first place? Why can't you just get actual people to go and create the logos? And the biggest reason why this is so offensive and why this is getting so many backlash is because of what I've mentioned in the beginning, is because of the iconography of the Coca-Cola ads, especially around Christmas time, considering that Coca-Cola played a very significant role in shaping the imagery of what Christmas is today. No joke.
It's because of Coca-Cola that Santa is dressed in red.
That we know today, specifically the Santa image that is created by Haddon Sunblum.
Yeah, if you didn't know that, the reason why you always see Santa Claus dressed up in red is because of Coca-Cola. Because of a Coca-Cola ad back in like the 50s or 40s or whatever.
From there, Coca-Cola became like a leader in terms of the imagery of what can be
because I think back then there was like a lot of fucking cars used with Santa.
What is
he even seemed like
visually
dressed up in
presented
purple.
as Christmas, even with a Coca-Cola bottle. And this is not even to mention that, like, much later on, they also created the polar bears as well, which they kind of became like mascots in their own right.
I mean, you don't have to keep the VOD. Yeah, you can just like download it,
you'd expect, like, if you're,
put it on YouTube, and then just delete the VOD on your PC.
Usually you would expect
they'll just download it to like a flash drive or whatever.
AI-generated garbage like this, it's like it's something that I can't.
Yeah, you don't
help
have to
but
keep
feel
the
like
VOD
it's
on your
depressing, you know?
PC. You
It
could
is,
just
you know,
delete it
at
after you
best,
export
a
it.
massive letdown. It's the fact that they
Or just save it
decided to
somewhere
go
else, huh?
in the cheap route because they don't want to spend that much. You know, they don't want to have the money to go and spend it on actual artists to make a legitimate commercial, and instead they wasted it on garbage tech that doesn't even work. And as a result, it brought us this piece of crap right over here with people that have missing, you know, that have missing fingernails, with inconsistent trucks, with like
Inconsistent
really
trucks.
horrible editing, and with like freaky, you know, and another truck that has like weird moving images and stuff like that. No, it just feels like almost like just about nothing in this works. The only thing that works here is the logo, and that is it. It's honestly ridiculous, and I'd even say it's just absolutely cheap. It's shameful.
It's
and
cheap,
it's because Coca-Cola decided to just be cheap. I think that's really the big takeaway of all this, is that Coca-Cola doesn't want to spend on, they don't want to spend money anymore, so they resorted to using AI generated crap, and that is it. You know, this is unfortunately an example of greedy corporations who decided that they just want, their priority is to spend less money in general, and
less
they're
money as
willing to
possible
go
on
and
stuff.
take away the salaries and job opportunities of artists in order to go and keep as much money as possible. And it's, you know, it's disgraceful. It really is. And it's something that honestly I can't help but feel like Coca-Cola needs to be called out on that. So honestly, when it comes to this commercial, I really do hope that they're not going to air this on television. Otherwise, you know,
That's gonna be a fucking mock-up.
Yeah, I
They're
don't
gonna be
think I'm
mocked
gonna
the hell
go
in
and
the back.
have a Coke anytime soon. It's been a long time since I've had a Coke in the first place, but safe to say
Yeah,
that
personally, I
think
prefer
these
Pepsi. I still
commercials make me
drink
want to a
Coca-Cola, but I much prefer
So
Pepsi.
with that said, now I would like to go and pass this on to the chat wall, and I'd like to ask you all, what did you all think of the Coca-Cola AI Christmas commercial? Did you guys find a bit more positives on this than I did? Did you guys hate that commercial we have just seen? Let me know what you all think about this. All right, so let's see here. I just heard about the commercial this morning. I can't believe this would be made with AI. Especially,
I mean, nowadays
after
everything's getting
Apple
made
did
by AI.
another commercial similar to this, despite not using AI entirely in that commercial. I heard there was already backlash about it on the internet. I wouldn't be surprised if the company would issue an apology, but of course, I could be wrong.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna really do much.
I don't know. Like, I can imagine that Coca-Cola would have like a not give an F attitude to go and present
likely.
the commercial regardless of how
This
people feel
this is probably
about
just gonna
it.
be like a
Like,
small
they're just happy that they saved so much money
commercial that
on,
it's gonna
on
go.
doing
It's
those
only gonna be
commercials
aired
with AI
on the
and stuff
internet,
like
not on
that.
TV.
I don't
They're just
know,
gonna
like,
make
you know, it
try
could be
to
possible they'll send out
make
an apology
so that
with
people
how
try to
bad the
forget about it
commercial
or
looks,
whatever.
but at this point, I don't know. I could imagine they'll just roll with it because, hey, they get to keep some money for themselves, and for them, that's all they care about. Let's see what else we got here. This ad was pretty much Coca-Cola giving themselves self-inflicted coke and ball torture. Am I right? For real, the ad was
Coke and
terrible
ball
enough on its
torture.
own, but I have to ask, what was even the
I like
point of
that.
updating it at all, let alone with AI? If Hershey, Earn Blue, and M&M's could keep their old ads running, why not Coca-Cola? Did they forget to make the cocaine? Did they forget to take the cocaine out of the drinks when making it? Overall, when it comes to Christmas beverages, I'm just gonna ask the age-old query: want a Sprite cranberry?
Yeah, God, that
Oh,
fucking
boy.
meme. Man.
Yeah, you know what? You know, honestly,
The
I
answer
have.
is green.
I'm not gonna lie. I have been thinking about this.
Yeah, where did that meme
but I
come
am
from? Like
considering,
2015 or some
I
shit?
did see a few recipes on like
The
how to
fucking
make your
LeBron
own
James or some
eggnog,
shit?
and I am curious if I want to go and try that out. I've recently been more into cooking, so I want to see if I could go and try out, like, I'll make my own eggnog and I'll bring it over for like the family Christmas gathering. That could be an interesting idea. definitely a better option than to bring in some Coke and like, here, have a Coke, and then like I'll just hand it over, and like you notice like, oh, 3 of my fingernails are suddenly gone. Anyways, first they screwed up the Hershey's Kisses ad 1 year. Now this, when are they gonna learn that AI isn't perfect? Or I would even double down on
I mean,
that.
AI isn't bad, it's just that people try to solely use it instead of just being like a thing that helps out them.
It just looks weird and inconsistent, among other things. Please hire actual human animators to work on your commercials. It's much better than having a computer do it. Exactly. Let's see what else we got here. Okay, first,
AI is supposed to be a tool to aid, not to do the whole fucking job.
And now they made Christmas commercials with cheap AI technology. I am so tired of stupid businessmen and companies being obsessed with AI. I am sorry, but artists are much more creative than AI technology needs to, and AI technology needs to die out. By the way, do Animat watches on the first AI animated film Where the Robots Grow, which is free on YouTube for whatever reason. You know, to be very honest, I'm gonna debate on that, mainly because, like, for now it feels like, regardless if I call it a piece of garbage, it would give it free advertising.
Right, and you don't want that.
You know, you know the old saying of there's no such thing as bad publicity?
Yep.
You know, I think I'd much rather wait until, like, AI officially dies down and becomes less popular, where I would feel more comfortable to go and make fun of it. You know, it's like, I am debating, but I don't know when AI is still considered to be a popular thing, and that companies think
it's probably just gonna be the same shit that happened with the crypto. It's gonna get like a big bump at some point, they're gonna be slightly, or go down popularity or some shit, I don't know.
Animat watches. Alright, let's see. I hate how this commercial, AI or not, is pretty bad. From the scary nail Santa to the iconic polar bears pretty much getting ignored, it's so upsetting how they're ruining their image. If they're too cheap to create a new commercial, then just re-release one of the original commercials. It's iconic and can be remembered for the ages. Instead of drinking Coke, I'd rather do Coke instead. Stupid joke, I know. I understand, but you know, it's just like what another commenter said. Like, why not bring back one of those old commercials? Like, and M&M is honestly one of the best examples of that. Honestly, it's hard to imagine going with, you know, it's hard to imagine to go on a Christmas without hearing the yellow M&M asking, so do you think Santa will like these red and green M&Ms? I don't know. I never met the guy. He does exist. They do exist.
Yeah, I've seen that one.
That feels like a true
M&M commercials are always pretty funny.
Staple. It's hard to imagine to go without it, and they haven't changed that since. I mean, there was at one point a few years ago they did do a sequel of that, but just re-releasing that, it feels like traditional Christmas. So why can't Coca-Cola do the same? Just, you know, you don't have to make a new commercial. Just re-air one of those old classic commercials and you're good to go. Anyways, but then again, I don't know, like, or maybe, you know, come to think about it, like, my acting side just popped up and just said, no, just make a new commercial without AI. You know, hire more people, hire actors like me to be in those commercials.
Actually know, hire people that actually know what the fuck they're doing or some shit, I don't know.
Just popped in my head, and it's like, hold on, I'm an actor, I need more opportunities. Don't re-release commercials, make new ones and hire more people. Okay, anyways, what else do we have here? Coke's Christmas commercials are very iconic, but for this year, ew, what are you doing, Coca-Cola? AI commercials are very awful and terrible. From the trucks to the people to the bears, it's very messy. Just be happy that I stick with Pepsi. At least there's no AI in it. Also, very iconic how Coke's slogan is real magic, when AI is anything but real magic. Oh my god, that is actually true. Like, it's kind of weird that the commercial does end off by saying real magic. It is like,
goddamn
dude,
commercial fucking give me a jump scare again.
Like, artificial.
Knock it off, Animat.
You can't say that it's real when you're using something that's artificial to make it. And I'm not just talking about the Coke itself. Alright, I'll read one more comment before we go on our next commercial.
Knock it off with the fucking audio of the damn ad.
Let's see, which one is it? Oh, okay, here. Well, congratulations, Coca-Cola. You have officially ruined Christmas this year. I thought this would never happen to Coca-Cola, but they did. The same company that redesigned Santa Claus the way we look at him today. But this AI crappertisement is one of the worst commercials I've seen, and it's making the head-on commercial looks good in comparison.
At least his chat can do
Thank God I'm
some
now
good
drinking
jokes.
Dr. Pepper. Or, you know, another option is just like drink something healthier. You don't have to go with
just
like
drink
Pepsi
water.
or Mountain Dew or anything like that. You can
Or just
drink
stick with eggnog if you're into
water.
that shit.
You know, that's also a good alternative. You know, instead of drinking Coke, drink water. It's always important to stay hydrated. Hey, I know I do. In fact, that's one of the main things I do during these breaks.
Just drink. Drink, motherfucker,
There
drink.
we go. But speaking of which, we're going to go on to our next break. And when we come back, oh, I know there's been a lot of people who have been waiting for me to talk about this particular news right over here. Because in 2026, not only are we going to be getting the comeback of Shrek and Toy Story, but we're also going to be having the comeback of this chili trio.
Right, so it's already announced that they're gonna be doing a sequel to Shrek 4 or whatever. Yeah, fucking. Yeah, yes, commercial. Yeah, man. Get that shit out of here. Thank you.
Welcome back. Now, on our next story, we will be talking about an event that happened not last weekend, but the weekend before it, which is D23 in Brazil. Yes, Disney hosted a D23 in Brazil, apparently. Like, I am aware that they do so in Japan, and of course you got Anaheim as well, but apparently Brazil would get one as well. And in terms of what they have revealed there,
yeah, this is just
nothing
where they
as major
announce stuff
compared to the one that we have gotten in the summer.
That's
At the
like
most,
that's
they would go and expand upon what
that's
has
fucking Disney
already been
version of
revealed.
Nintendo Direct or
Like, they
whatever.
have excuse me, folks, but they have shown a lot of new images for the third Avatar movie that I remember.
Alright, yeah,
it is
they are
actually
making
where
another
they
one.
actually premiered the final trailer of Mufasa.
Honestly, I
the
didn't
Lion
like. I didn't
King.
really find
And
the second
I do
one that
believe
interesting.
They also showed that one extra image of Stitch for the upcoming Lilo and Stitch remake. And also they expanded
they're
a bit
remaking
on
Lilo and
what
Stitch
to
as well.
expect
Oh my
just a
God.
little bit on the upcoming
grew up
Villains
watching that
Land in
fucking
the Magic
movie.
Kingdom,
I
highlighting
need
some of
to
the
watch the
villains
original at some
that will
point
be
again. I haven't watched
prominently
them
featured
forever.
in the area. But out of all the announcements and
then
all
also
the things
Emperor's
that
New
they have
Groove.
discussed about, the biggest one of them all is honestly one that is pretty shocking. The most unexpected. One that people thought this wouldn't make a comeback. You'd think that it's all officially over. But oh no, apparently there's a lot more stories to tell with Ice Age. Yes, folks.
So that's
Ice
this is what
Age
he's
going
talking
to be
about.
coming back
They're gonna make
with
Ice Age
a
6.
sixth movie.
Yep.
Now, before I continue, I just
Ice
want to go
Age
and answer the
6.
question.
Why?
Now, I know some people might be thinking, well, isn't there already a sixth Ice Age movie?
Yeah, technically
You
there
know,
is
back a couple
one.
of
It's
years
just
ago,
not
they released
officially
that
a
Buck
sixth
Wild
movie.
spin-off film that starred Crash
Yeah, that's
and
a
Eddie,
spin-off
and also
movie, not the
featured
official
Buck Wild
sixth
doing
movie.
their little shenanigans and stuff like that. Well, technically yes. But I'll say now that Disney is actually doing a good thing with this, and that is to not acknowledge that movie. I mean, that thing was
I didn't hear
so
good things about that
terrible
one.
that it's honestly understandable why they would not want to count this as a sixth movie, or they don't want to count that as part of the canon of Ice Age at all. So that's one thing I'll give Disney credit
the
for, is
fucking
give
Ice Age
this,
cinematic
to
universe.
give the upcoming feature the credit of being the sixth movie instead of the Buck Wild garbage right there. But anyways, going back to what I was talking about, not a lot is actually known about this feature in particular. The only thing that they have confirmed is that Disney is indeed going to be working on the sixth Ice Age movie,
it's so
and it's going to
fucking
be
weird though,
brought to
knowing
us
that now
by
that fucking
both
Disney owns
and 20th
all
Century
the
Animation.
properties from Blue Sky, so now you say fucking Ice Age is a Disney movie now. That's so fucking weird to say.
Featured in this movie, in which, unlike the
It's like saying Disney's Family Guy. It's so fucking weird.
The original cast, in which it is stated right over here, in my source on Variety,
Or Disney's
by
The
way,
Simpsons.
in a video announcing the sequel, Ray Romano, John Leguizamo, Queen Latifah, Dennis Leary, and Simon Pegg, who have all led the voice cast of the Family franchise, announced that they are coming back for a new adventure. The
I mean, they
film
have
is
to.
currently in production. So that's pretty much the
It's
main
very rare
thing
for like
that we do know
big sequels
about Ice
for
Age
movies
6.
that they don't get
Specifically
where they
with
don't
those
recast
cast
the
members and their
they
respective
get
characters
the
are going to
old
be
cast
coming
back.
Now, recently, however, not long after the big reveal, we have also gotten information in terms
really
of its
rarely
release
see that
date,
shit. Like for
where
example with
originally
Hotel Transylvania, they didn't manage to get Adam
2026
Sandler
to go
back
and
in the
release
fourth movie,
a
I
new
think.
Star Wars movie. Considering that, by the way, just want to say right now, this does not include the Mandalorian and Grogu, which that is still set, I believe, in May of 2026. That's still going to be happening. But in terms of this Star Wars film in particular, they decided to go and take out that release date and instead give it to Ice Age 6, where now the 6th Ice Age movie is confirmed to come out on December 18th, 2026. And by the way, in terms of that Star Wars movie, we don't know what it is specifically. Some have speculated that maybe it is the continuation of Rey's story from the sequels trilogy, but again, we don't know if it's actually true.
No, right,
So,
yeah, they're not
in
gonna
terms
make
of
a
that second Star
sequel
Wars
trilogy
movie,
to Star
we
Wars.
don't know what's going to be going on with that. All we know is that now its release date is going to be replaced with Ice Age. So yeah, now we know who's going to be in the movie and when it's going to be coming out, and the fact that it's going to be a 6th Ice Age movie. So yeah,
there's more.
another Ice Age movie. We're going to go to the adventures of Sid and Manny.
Yeah,
and
when did Ice
Diego
Age 5 come out though?
Again.
I think that was 2015, right? Something like that.
Why is it that we gotta bring this back? I feel like
Yeah, I think Ice Age 5 was around 2015.
animated franchises out there,
Yeah, something like that. I
Ice
don't
Age
know.
is
It's
the
been
one
a
that you
while.
would think it is.
I only
Like,
watched Ice Age 5 like
100%
once, and I
over,
fucking hated
like,
it.
No way that they could ever come back, considering that not only did it ran its course, not only did it have like a full definitive conclusion, but also the studio that is known to have
Got shut
created
down.
the franchise is gone. We don't have
Blue Sky is no more.
Studios anymore.
No,
When you
Blue
say
Sky Studios, not Blue
nowadays,
Sky,
you don't think of
the social
animation
media
studio,
thing.
You think of the superior Twitter app. You think of the social media. That's pretty much it. Like, why suddenly decide to bring back Ice Age again? It honestly makes no sense. And not to mention the fact that it's going to be coming out in 2026, which we're already getting old computer animated franchises coming back in that year. Apparently,
Right,
that's
with
going to be the major
Shrek
theme
and
of
Toy Story 6, I
2026.
think, as well.
Because on top of Ice Age, we're also going to be getting Shrek 5 and Toy Story 5, both of which are going to be released very close to one another. And the crazy thing is that
See, I have no idea
with
what Shrek 5 is
with,
gonna be about, though.
With Shrek 5, I'll say now, okay, I get it. You know, it's been a long time since we've had the last Shrek movie.
Right, Shrek 4 was 2010, 2011,
really
right?
came
Yeah, I think
back
so.
after the big critical and commercial success of Puss in Boots: The Last Wish. I mean, if that movie turned out to be absolutely beautiful, then the chance of that being being brought into a 5th Shrek movie, that can have a lot of potential. I get it. Okay. Even Toy Story 5, then I understand why they would want to bring that back. I
Right,
mean,
because Toy Story makes a lot of
Toy
money.
Story 5, like, you think about Toy Story 4, and yeah, sure, you could argue that it is unnecessary, but it is still a very well-made movie that I would argue is about as good as the previous 3 films. So if Pixar can find a way to go and like bring back Toy Story after a long time, then you might as well go and like do it again. Like if you could make it as good as Toy Story 4, honestly, I am so down for it. Not to mention that you also have Andrew Stanton, who's going to be directing it, and that guy has been with the franchise since the very beginning. So there is a possibility that it could still turn out to be fantastic.
We'll see about that though.
Ice Age, on the other hand, I cannot
Ice
think
Age
of
already
one good
left the
reason
fucking port
why
a
we
long
should go
time
and
ago.
bring this back. Because oh my goodness,
Man, the first Ice Age is nostalgic. I actually like that one. Ice Age 2 and not so much. 3 actually, 3 is actually my favorite out of the series.
And with
4 is alright. 5 I
bring out,
fucking
it would
hate
just
them,
get
and 5
worse and
5 I
worse.
fucking hate
I
them.
mean, yeah, it did get a bit better with Dawn of the Dinosaurs, which was a pretty fun movie, but then you would get Continental Drift, which wasn't that good, and then Collision Course just sealed the deal, and audiences just said, okay, you know what? We're
Yeah, that and
done.
also
We
because
don't
from
want
my
any more
understanding,
Ice Age movies,
Ice Age movies
period.
only really made good
Especially when
money
that
in
fifth
Europe.
movie was just
In America, they barely fucking sold
Oh
anything.
my goodness, I would even put it up there among one of the worst animated sequels ever created. And then there is the factor of
Yeah, the box
Scrat
office
Tales.
always resulted
Now,
in
the
like
reason why I bring up Scrat Tales,
barely
which
getting
is
any
like
money in
these
America, and
short
most of it
little
ended up being from
animated,
Europe.
These little cartoons starring Scrat and like a baby prehistoric squirrel, you know, like just doing their little shenanigans. And you can find them on Disney Plus, by the way. The reason why I bring that up is that I feel like that actually gave the franchise and Blue Sky Studios the proper conclusion that it needed. I would even say that
Hey, you
Scrat
motherfucker.
Tales
Get over here.
is the best thing from both Blue Sky and the Ice Age franchise since the first movie. Like, they're just a lot of fun. They stick to the usual Looney Tunes style cartoon shtick that actually works pretty well. And even that ending, like, it's perfect. Like, ultimately, all it is just Scrat finally eating his acorn. Like, he finally has it, and he's done. You know, I feel,
just
you know,
moves
it's
on.
like the proper, you know, it feels
Yeah,
like
actually,
the
see, it's just very
perfect,
subtle.
proper
It's
conclusion
very short.
after
He
like
just,
all the shenanigans
instead
that
of like
Scrat
trying to
would
bury
go
the nut, he
through
just eats it.
throughout those features, and finally he got his reward, and it's done. You know, it feels like the perfect way to go and cap off that studio and to cap off the franchise as a whole. You know, it's honestly great. We don't need to see any more of like any of Scratch shenanigans or any of the Ice Age shenanigans after we see like, okay, well, the thing that Scrat was running around for the most, like he finally got to go, he finally got to go
Then
and do
what is he
it.
gonna be
We don't
hunting
need
for now?
anything else after that.
Unless he's gonna be just another
And
fucking nut.
then there is the factor of Blue Sky Studios
Being
where
shut
they
down.
shut down. The
Yeah.
studio no longer exists anymore. The people who created
So,
the Ice
yeah, who
Age
the hell is gonna
franchise, they
be
moved
making
on
the
to
movie
do
now?
Other stuff. Like, you know, and you know, maybe I could understand if you're gonna go and like get some of those same people to bring them back together and like, you know, get to work on that franchise. Okay, that, you know, that could be something, but still though, it honestly feels weird that now you're gonna continue that franchise without the studio that created Ice Age in the first place. And honestly, I just gotta say that like I remember I talked with a friend of mine about this. We've discussed about, okay, well, Blue Sky is not, you know, Blue Sky is gone, then
Now what?
who else is gonna make the who else is gonna make it? Because at the most, they didn't say
It's probably gonna be
who's
some
gonna be
random fucking studio
producing,
nobody
the
knows
sixth
about,
Ice
most
Age movie.
likely.
At the most, they just say that it's gonna be from Disney and 20th Century Animation, which is honestly pretty vague. It doesn't specify if it's gonna be an animation studio that will be working on it. Like, at the most, I can imagine that maybe they're gonna go and hire one of those like overseas animation studios.
Like something
me and
out
my
of
friend, we've been
Korea,
discussing
maybe?
maybe it's going to be from DNEG Animation, the same people who did Nimona.
Puppy, why don't you take my keys and go for a ride?
Shut up. Knock it off.
Maybe they're gonna go and do the animation, or maybe I was thinking, well, maybe they're gonna
Not
bring
the-
in
not
like
the fucking time
real
for
effects,
that to
or
fucking
maybe
play.
they'll
God
bring
damn it.
in Cinesite. Maybe they'll be doing it. You know, basically like they're gonna go and outsource it to Canada or something like that in order to go and produce that animation. But regardless, it honestly feels weird, especially with the fact that Blue Sky Studios is the flagship animation studio, you know, is Blue Sky's flagship animation studio, and now it's going to be handed to someone else.
It's like Toy
that in
Story
itself,
when it's
and
not being
maybe
animated by
that's just a
Pixar.
problem
That's
for,
just
like, animation
that just sounds
enthusiasts
wrong.
like
Yeah.
myself. There's just something weird about that. So really, I just don't see the point. Like with all of these factors, I don't see why the fridge are we gonna bring this back? Like, why do we need to go and have another
Or
Ice
just like
Age
one of
adventure?
the. I mean, if it's like a
again?
spin-off thing, then I don't mind if it's animated by someone else. But if it's like the mainline stuff, then yeah, it's gonna be very weird.
Maybe, just maybe, there could be that small chance that it could actually turn out to be good. Like, I know that with the unnecessary factor of this Ice Age movie, people don't want to go and watch it, you know? Like, yeah, I you know, there's no argument that this is a very unnecessary thing for Disney to go and do, and I completely agree on that. But its chances of actually turning out to be worthwhile and enjoyable
Seem pretty low.
They're actually, you know, they're not zero. You know, it's
They
like
are low,
it's
though.
not impossible. You know, it's not impossible that this could turn out to be good. And the one hope that I do have is when you look at the cast, not specifically on who's going to be there, but who is not there. Because if you look at the list of the people that are coming back, of course you got the main three with Ray Romano, John Leguizamo, and Dennis Leary. Okay, so Sid, Manny, and Diego are coming back. So that's a given. But then also you got Queen Latifah as Ellie. She's coming back as well. And then finally you also have Simon Pegg, who's going to be returning as Buck Wild.
Right, so that
And
bringing
so
in
far,
the
that's all we know.
yeah, they're
We
not
don't
bringing
have
in
any
the
of the other
daughter
characters
character
whom at the very
or
least they haven't been confirmed.
Diego's girlfriend or
You know,
whatever.
we don't have a confirmation about
Or
rather,
Sid's girlfriend as well, or the
we don't have a confirmation about
Ellie's brothers
the other
or whatever.
girlfriends. So we don't have that Jennifer Lopez Tiger, or we don't have Sid's girlfriend from the 5th movie. There's no confirmation on those. We don't have a confirmation about Sid's grandma, played by Wanda Sykes. We don't know if she's going to be coming back. We don't have a confirmation
no, I think,
on
yeah, the grandma character is
Nanny's,
actually really
daughter,
fun.
Peaches. We don't know if she's returning, let alone her fiance
The grandma
Julian,
characters,
who is basically
the grandma character is actually probably my favorite thing out of the
equivalent
4th
of Johnny from
movie.
Hotel Transylvania. We don't know if he's coming back, and we don't have a confirmation if Crash and Eddie are going to be coming back. Now, I could be wrong, but if it's just these 5 main characters that are going to be coming back, and maybe the others are not returning, then maybe there could be a chance that it'll at least turn
because
out to
the
be
Ice Age
better
cast has
than some
become
of the sequels.
very
It will find a way
overinflated.
to
Like,
be
goddamn, there's so
a
many
bit of
fucking
an
people.
upgrade compared to Collision Course, or even Continental Drift, or even compared to the second film. There could be that possibility. It honestly reminds me of open season Scared Silly, where after they would make one bad sequel and another terrible sequel, suddenly they made Scared Silly, and they decided that whatever characters that they built for the sequels and stuff like that, they would just take it off and only stick to the main characters that have appeared in the first period. And from there, not only did Scared Silly actually turn out to be the best open season sequel, but it could debatably be said that it's the best open season movie, period. But then again, I understand if it's not a great argument because it is still open season, and Scared Silly is still not that great of a movie. It's not really that good, But still, though,
Actually,
the
I
idea
haven't
of
seen
taking
that
away
one.
those
I think I've
unnecessary
seen most
sequel
of this open
characters,
season movies.
it actually does
I have,
help things
I do
out
have a DVD
to
of the
go
first
and
movie.
actually
I remember seeing the one with the
improve
fucking
upon the
circus.
feature.
I think that was
And
the
if
third
Ice
one.
Age can actually go
And
and
I
do that,
think I've seen
then
the second
maybe
one where they
it
go
could
into like a
actually
fucking theme
improve
park or
upon
whatever.
the sequel.
I think I've
Now,
only
if
seen
it were up
that
to
one
me,
once.
I would love it if they would just do a full clean slate and just have it be Sid, Manny, and Diego and the shenanigans of Scrat. I would love it if it were just that. But in this case, that's not, you know, it ain't happening because they are also including Buck Wild and Ellie. But still, though, if they could get rid of many of those unnecessary sequel characters, then maybe we will
Fingers
have
crossed the
something
trophy pops on
worthwhile
this
with
one.
sixth movie. But again, that's only wishful thinking, and even if they do that, I don't know if
And
it's
if
really
maybe
going
if you
to
have time, we
improve
could
the
do another
movie
one.
significantly. I don't know. I'm just, you know, as Deadpool says, I'm just making an educated wish. But overall, though, yeah, I'm not really thrilled about hearing the idea that they're making a sixth Ice Age movie. And while I do know that there might be a percentage that maybe it could be it could turn out to be good, I
we'll
just
see.
can't help but feel like this is just such an unnecessary move, much more so than Shrek 5 and Toy Story 5. So with that said, now I would like to go onto the chat wall, and I'd like to ask you all, what do you all think about the announcement of a sixth Ice Age movie? Are you guys interested to go and check this one out? Are you guys a bit
Especially
more
after what
concerned about
happened.
it?
Especially
Let me know what you
after
all
Ice Age
think.
5. God damn, that movie
All
fucking
right, let's
sucked.
see now. Okay, positives first. On one hand, there is a slim chance that maybe this could
Alright, Footstep,
be
doing good.
one of the. This could be the one to
We're
get the
just doing
franchise
more
back on its
farming
feet.
here, as usual.
On the other hand,
Hopefully
dude,
this
it's
fucking
Ice
trophy
Age
should
6,
pop.
technically 7. The franchise fatigue hits harder than a cold brew when the fourth came out. So needless to say, I don't have high hopes. Maybe if they get
hold
one
on,
of
let me
the
just
OG
clean out the
directors
room
on
here.
board, like Chris Wedge or Carlos Saldana, well, if he's not too busy killing Zachary Levi's career, I'll be down for it.
Damn.
Otherwise, I'm not sold. Yeah, that's the one thing. Honestly, the one thing to help give some salvation to Ice Age 6 is if they do bring back one of the original characters. Disney needs to do like what they did with Toy Story 5 by bringing in Andrew Stanton as the director. But this time around, like, unless they don't if they can have either Chris Wedge or Carlos Saldana be one of the directors, or have both direct the movie, then if they do that, then maybe it could have a chance to actually maybe be worthwhile. But other than that, though, yeah, like, honestly, why should they, like, it's at the point where we really need to go and question, why is there a sixth movie of anything? When a movie reaches number 6, that's when you have to raise, that's when you have to raise the red card and say, like, time out, this ain't working. Anyways,
you say that, meanwhile we already have like, I don't know, the 10th, maybe the 11th fucking Fast and Furious
I have
movie.
mixed feelings regarding this new Ice Age movie, and also, do we need this? I mean, Ice Age 5 is so bad when they ran out of ideas, so why do you make another one after Blue Sky shut down? The thing I liked was bring back Scrat after the whole rights drama and the voice actors. I could give it a watch when they came
what
out.
happened to voice actors?
Also, from the last story, there was a show that gone viral called Little Brown Bear from Canada, and this show is the next Caillou, but far worse than him and DW.
Damn.
Okay, honestly, I've never heard of Little Brown Bear, but all right. Anyways, look, I'll be straight to you on this. I'm not exactly big on having another sequel against the characters like Ice Age, and I agree 5 was enough after they did Buck Wild. Even I wanted to quit after that. There was a part of me that wonders how this will turn out without the studio. And after the comeback of other movies like Shrek,
Well, it depends on whether or
the
not the studio
cast
actually knows what the
may
fuck they're
be hopeful
doing.
from Disney themselves to show how they would show these characters. Besides, they didn't say Crash and Eddie, so I believe this will be good.
It's just-
In fact, that's probably like a
We'll see.
minimal thing for me personally to say that maybe this could be worthwhile. If they can
Just because Crash and
exclude
Eddie aren't
Crash
in the
and Eddie,
movie.
like take them out of the movie, then maybe this could actually have something.
Yeah,
Like
we'll see.
honestly, a lot of my problems with the Ice Age sequels have
It's
always
just
been
the
Crash and Eddie.
overinflated
They have
fucking,
been some of the worst cartoon characters to be
overinflated castle,
featured
yeah.
in an animated movie. They've always been godforsaken annoying, and if they could take those out, then honestly, okay, maybe we could have something.
Maybe
We'll
we're
see, we'll
cooking.
see. You know,
Maybe
give,
we're
you know,
cooking.
give Sid back his title of being the comic relief. We don't need like a dozen of them. We just need one. Let's see what else we have here now. Well, we all know Ice Age is not leaving anytime soon, no matter how much we try to stop it. But, and this is a big but,
Yeah, as long as people keep
if they
fucking
bring
seeing
back
the damn movies.
baby, then I'll definitely see it. But as of now, I'll still give it a chance since I still love Sid, Diego, and Manny's relationship. Sadly, Blue Sky Studios is no longer with us, thanks to Lot Chapek. So yeah, 2026 is going to be a huge year for 2000s nostalgia animated films. Would they do an Encanto reference? Hopefully. Oh my god, that is true. Since like John Leguizamo is there, like I would love to see. You know, I don't know if they could do like a direct reference, but I would love to see like
the
Sid
fucking
having a
voice of
little
Sid
moment where he would
shows up
act
in
like,
Encanto, I guess.
like Bruno, like that. He
I
would
know.
just be there, like what's wrong, guys? My real gift is acting. You know, that would be like a nice little moment, or have him like interact with rats. You know, just going to like, why are all these rats like, you know, why are these rats loving me? Like, what did I do? You know, that would be
I mean, that
cute.
wouldn't be the first. That wouldn't be the first time Sid would be into rats. I think that was a plot point in the fourth movie.
Let's see here.
It wasn't rats. It was more like gerbils or whatever.
I'm gonna be the unpopular one here. I know everyone in this chat hates the idea of Ice Age 6 existing, but I'm cautiously optimistic about how Disney will go. Yes, I know that Blue Sky isn't around anymore, but seeing how Disney released Fox IPs like Apes, Aliens, and Deadpool and Predator actually having a good response, I want to see how Disney will tackle a big screen Ice Age film, and nostalgia baited us with bringing us back the baby. The big question in my mind is,
that'd be
who's
actually a
going to be
cool
animating
thing,
the
though.
film?
Actually bringing back the baby
You know,
character,
that
or like
is
a grown-up
one
version of the
interesting
baby
argument
character.
that I will say that is kind of true. You gotta hand it to Disney that with the way they've been handling the Fox IP so far, rather it be like
that'd be
the
kind of
Planet the
interesting.
Apes
See what
films, like with Kingdom of the
it's
Planet
like.
of
The baby
Apes,
is all grown up
Predator,
now,
like
and
what they
it becomes a
recently did
fucking
with
hunter
Prey,
going after the castle.
Alien
That'd be
with,
kind of interesting.
Their
See?
recent film, the new Alien movie. I think it's Alien Romulus. That's what it's called. And also, not to mention, with Deadpool especially, yeah, they've been doing a pretty solid job. So yeah, okay, so it is Alien Romulus. So yeah, like if Disney can handle well with those 20th century franchises, maybe they can do a better job with Ice Age, or at least better than what they did with Buck Wild. So there is that possibility.
Okay, he's just
so
teleported.
overall,
This shit.
I'm gonna say, yeah, this is just absolutely unnecessary. But I do acknowledge that its chances of actually being good are not zero.
They are
Alright, so
slim,
we're gonna
but not
go on to
zero.
one more break, and when we do come back, we're gonna have a little bit of a video game talk, and we will discuss about the most unexpected star in the survival horror genre. Stay tuned for that,
I know what this is talking about.
You'll be surprised of who it is, if you don't know already.
Yeah, I already know what Animat's talking about here. It's talking about the fucking the fucking Piglet's big game or whatever. Just fucking died trying to fucking mute the damn ad. Yeah, damn it! Fuck me. Misclicked. Now it's back to a certain spot. Yeah, damn it. Fuck God, I fucking hate ads on YouTube. Okay, hold on. Where was it? See if I can find it. Where was it? Can't fucking do this at the same time I'll play the damn game. Especially when I get stuck on shit. Alright. Where was it? Where was it? God. Here we go.
Beer, but alright. Anyways, look, I'll be straight to you with existing, but I'm cautiously optimistic about how in particular there is a familiar star with this one, but you wouldn't expect to discuss about the most unexpected star in the survival horror genre. Stay tuned for that, because you'll be surprised of who it is.
Here we go. Now we're back.
If you
We're
don't
back.
know already.
Back to the slaughtering.
And now everyone,
There wouldn't be some shit the fucking ad point there again.
it's time that we shall go and cap off this episode with the grand finale. And for this grand finale, we're gonna go and have a little bit of a change of pace, and we're gonna talk about video games, especially when there is one in particular that got massively popular on social media, talking about the new survival horror game that people
this game actually got my attention though. I might get it at some point if I find it at a good price. But knowing how the game now is super fucking expensive, especially on eBay nowadays because of the whole thing, I don't know, we'll see.
The same kind as you would find, like, rather it be
I've seen a lot of people streaming the game now.
Ethan Winters in Resident Evil, or any of the Five Nights at Freddy's gang like Freddy Fazbear or anything like that. You know, it's none of that, because this horror star turns out to be none other than Piglet from Disney's Winnie the Pooh. Yes, I am not exaggerating.
Right, this is
are obsessing with how
Piglet's Big Gamer, the movie tie-in game to
horror star in his own video game.
Piglet's Big Movie.
And I just want to say right now, no, this is not something that is considered to be new. This is not like some indie horror game that
it's a game that came out for the PS2
they want Piglet
and
from
GameCube.
Disney's Winnie the Pooh to be the star, and tried to capitalize on the same kind of success like with Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey. It's not that at all. It's mainly because people have been rediscovering a video game from over 2 decades ago called Piglet's Big Game, which is actually a movie tie-in game based on the 2003 animated feature Piglet's Big Movie.
2003, holy shit. I actually grew up watching that movie. I think, I still have the DVD of it.
Because of how it is, like, people have been, you know, some people have been playing it, but then they've also been posting on social media and realized that for a Winnie the Pooh game, it's a lot darker than what it debatably should be. In fact, in my source on Forbes, they actually posted some social media posts that presented a few examples, like this one right over here. Like, just take a look at how the game plays. Hold on a sec.
Yeah, that's like one of the later levels, I think, where it just pretty much becomes a fucking haunted, where you just go around a haunted mansion. This is the music that you hear during the whole thing. Yeah, it sounds straight up out of fucking Silent Hill.
So as you can see, there is just this massive amount of unnatural eeriness that seems very out of place for something related to Winnie the Pooh. From the soundtrack to the fixed camera, like this is the big reason that when it comes to Piglet's Big Game, a lot of people have been making comparisons to Resident Evil and even Silent Hill. There's even allegations that's been going around that some are saying that apparently for the Silent Hill 2 remake, they actually sampled some of the music or some of the sounds from Piglet's Big Game. Now, whether if that's true, I don't know. It sounds like a little bit of a stretch. But the comparisons between Piglet's Big Game and to those actual horror games have been pretty uncanny. And from there, a lot of people have actually found out that
It'd be kind of funny though if
Piglet's
that
big
was actually
game,
true.
That's apparently the point of it. It's not necessarily to make like a legitimate horror game, but
It'd be
to
eerie.
make like a horror family game. In fact, the developer, the director of the game itself, Pascal Stradella, actually commented on that and has stated here, just reading from my source on Forbes, Piglet's Big Game studio director here, who worked at the studio that made the game, Doki Denki, are real intentions for the game. The game is a horror comedy aimed at children. The goal is not to frighten them, but to make them feel uneasy, to give them just the right amount of chills so they don't feel entirely at ease. So they want to try to go into somewhere that is between spoopy and spooky.
Yeah, from my understanding of the game, it's very much like Psychonauts, where Piglet is going inside of people's dreams. I think that's what it is, yeah. Or going inside their mind to figure out their psyche or whatever.
And from there, of course, Piglet became this massive sensation, especially on Twitter, where they would make these fan arts, or they would have like these comparisons, like right over here where we have Winnie the Pooh, you know, like you got Winnie the Pooh in the cage, and like just Piglet talking to him, which is very similar to I think this is
the scene from Silent Hill 2,
Silent
the
Hill
original
or
version.
Resident Evil. It's one of the two.
Yeah, that's the scene from Silent Hill 2.
Correct me on that, just in case. But a lot of people have been really talking about Piglet's Big Game, and even mentioning that another post has pointed out like something that is meant to go and emphasize the freakiness of Piglet's Big Game, mentioning my favorite detail of Piglet's Big Game is the more damage you take, the more scared Piglet is in the loading screens. But what is the point of even making it like all horror and stuff like that? Is the plot the same as like the movie and stuff like that? Well, again, to go back into my source, I'll just read you right over here.
It's completely different from the fucking movie.
Was a tie-in to the Disney film Piglet's Big Adventure, or Piglet's Big Movie, and sees Piglet enter the dreams of his friends, Eeyore, Tigger, Pooh, and Owl.
Right, and I think that clip that they showed from the mansion, that's an Eeyore's dream, I think.
Infested with heffalumps and woozles, which have been part of the Winnie the Pooh stories from the very beginning. While the Owl's library didn't define the tone of the entire game, it was much spookier than a children's title would be expected to be. Internet users enjoyed the contrast between Piglet's cutesy loading screens and the dark, foreboding library. So the big thing that made it popular is especially the
contrast
level, which is where you actually saw this scene over here. Like
right, the library is owls, and then the mansion or castle area, that's for Eeyore, I think.
Like Piglet is entering this, like, what seems to be this haunted hallway, or this whole haunted house, like just walking around, and especially with the mechanics feeling very similar to, again, something like Resident Evil or Silent Hill. So so yeah, like basically Piglet just became this unexpected viral sensation. Oh, and you know what? There's also another footage. Let's go and check this one out right over here.
Just random radio thing with this shit.
Or I think this was made as like a meme, or honestly,
I think that was probably a meme thing.
I don't know if this is actually from the game, but yeah, and from there a lot of people would go and discuss about some other games that can have that kind of similar vibe. Even some people mentioning the PS1 Rugrats Search for Reptar game having something that is similar, like this horror-themed level where Tommy would go and walk around his house and only has a flashlight with a limited
then he has to deal with the ghosts. I don't know. That part didn't really seem very eerie compared to like what you see with Piglet.
Suddenly just became so viral, and especially this game just right out of the blue that, you know, before was available for the PS2 and the GameCube, is now becoming this viral sensation because of its horror theming, or at least one level in particular that is just, you know, that feels very out of place with how horror oriented that it is. But I can honestly, I could just say right now that I do understand the direction that it decided to do.
It's a very
The
interesting
reason why they
direction,
decided
though.
to go
A bit
and try something out
a Winnie the Pooh
Piglet's Big
game.
Adventure and have it
Oh,
be
interesting. Obviously,
horror-oriented,
it
because
makes it
you
stand
gotta
out,
keep in
though,
mind that it was
compared
the
to like your
early
basic ass
2000s.
fucking movie tie-in
And
game.
back then, family horror was actually kind of popular in video games, and a major reason is actually because of the original Luigi's Mansion, because back then it came out around the same time or at the same time as the release date of the Nintendo GameCube, and that actually became massively popular. So from there, of course, there is going to be influence where other people want to try out their own Luigi's Mansion. And even in this article, it actually
Yeah, I
stated
think
that
even the
Luigi's
director
Mansion was
influenced.
actually
Even the
considered
director
to
mentioned
be
that Luigi's
a
Mansion
major
influenced the game a
inspiration.
lot.
In fact,
so.
I'll just go and click on the link, which he even mentioned, this is again from the director of the game, Pascal Stradella. He even stated over here, it's the main inspiration, even stating, it's the main inspiration actually. We wrote about it in the general game design document, in which he actually described Piglet is a kind of cartoon Resident Evil dealt in a comic way. Luigi's Mansion is the main reference for the style and most of all for the game's tone, which means comedy in a horror cartoon context. Now, of course, with a lot of the sources that we have seen, we have yet to actually notice any of the comedy aspects, since it is mainly emphasized on the horror element. But still, though, I do understand how it suddenly found that viral nature and how it got rediscovered.
Not today.
Because in a
Most
way,
likely
this
on Wednesday,
kind
we should
of
finally get this
horror
shit
is
done.
still massively popular. I mean, keep in mind, the whole thing to go and emphasize is that you have this like cute child-friendly image suddenly finding themselves in a horror-like environment. And nowadays, that is like one of the most popular genres in pop culture recently,
Yeah, just look
especially
at Five
with
Nights at
video
Freddy's.
games. That Five Nights at Freddy's is a key player in making that so popular, or pretty much has innovated that image, you know, that whole trend of how it is nowadays. The one that really spun off with other indie horror games that have that same kind of tone and theme.
Yeah, I am thinking of getting the game at some point. I think the Sex, the store that I tend to go to, might have it. I don't know if it's in the local store that I tend to go. Yeah, let me check real quick. Yeah, just get rid of this. Yeah, let's see. Last time I saw it was like $6 or $8 in here. I didn't see if they were in which store it was. Come on. Let's see. Piglet. Yeah, here we go. Yep. PS2 version still still $6. The GameCube version is $2.50. Like €2.50. Alright, let's see here. No, okay. It's not in stock. Okay, that explains it. They probably didn't they didn't update the price because it's not in stock. Yeah, that's probably why. Right, but I'll try finding it. Yeah, see if I can find a copy on Vinted. That probably has to be one, huh? Yeah, let me check real quick. Yeah, now I'm curious. Let's see. Piglets. A big game. Look at that, there's also the GameCube version. Not GameCube, there's the Game Boy Advance version as well. And there you go. There's already like copies of the game going like $450. Blech. Yep, there we go. There's already, I already see a couple of copies of the games being at like 150 or whatever. Like 150, not $1.50. I don't see either. Yeah, these are copies with different languages instead of like being in English. So I don't know. But yeah. That's gonna be it for today though. Do that. Move that here. This. Right, I'm gonna sync up the trophies real quick as well, just to see if the trophy popped, and I just didn't notice it. It probably didn't. Yeah, probably. Let's see. Now, just going here. Here we go. So yeah, that's gonna be it for this session of Warhammer 40k Space Marine 1. We should be almost done, huh? Yeah, I think so. If it's not today, then it's most likely gonna be on Wednesday. We'll finally get this shit done, and we can move on to Skylanders. Yeah, we shouldn't be too far from the 40k kills. Okay, I didn't get the trophy. So yeah, still need to do some farming. But yeah. Yeah, we'll see how far we still need to play the game on Wednesday. Then if we have time, we'll do superchargers with level ends. Eruptor. But yeah, we're probably gonna get it on Wednesday. Most likely, I don't know. I don't have this keep track. I have nothing to keep track of the fucking score, so this is just a wild guessing. But yeah, we'll see that for Wednesday, because for tomorrow we are gonna be continuing on where we left off with Overcooked 2. Last we left off, let's see. I think we were in the middle of World 4, right? Yeah. We finished off with World 3, and we stopped at 4-2. Yeah, I think so. So if we have enough time, we should be able to get at least halfway through World 5, or maybe even be able to reach World 6, I don't know. We'll see. Because some of the later levels can be a little tricky. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it's probably still gonna take like 2 more sessions to at least have the main campaign done. At least with the Silver Stars, because we also have to do survival as well later. But yeah, again, next stream shall be tomorrow at 9:30 PM GMT 0, where we are going to be continuing on with more Overcooked 2. If you like to be notified when I go live, or any other shenanigans I have in mind, like stream schedules or video uploads, you can go to my Discord, where you'll be notified as such. And if you also want to keep track of any previous stream lots of the past, you can also go to my YouTube channel as well. Now with all that said and done, who are we going to be raiding today? Well, let's use online now, shall we? Alright. Who do we have here? Yeah, let's give the raid back to Cable, as he's doing swap course in here. Here we go. So yeah, But they stream, I could be raiding Cable. Right now they're going through a swap force. I think they're doing like some sort of locker? Yeah, Skywalker, which is just random characters, I guess. So yeah, you guys have fun with Cable. Have yourselves a merry day. And as always, have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. See ya. Have a good one. Wait, what? Hold on. Oh, what? Hold on. I think he's just about to fucking end stream as well. Hold on. Hold the phone. I think he's about to end stream as well. Alright, who else do we have? Alright, let's try you. Alright, sure. So yeah, for this stream I could be raiding Loaf. Right now they're going through one of the Pokemon games. Doesn't really specify which one. I think it's Scarlet and Violet. Yeah, I think so. So yeah, you guys have fun with Loaf instead. Have yourselves a merry day. As always, have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. See ya. Have a good one. Bye. Bye-bye. See ya.